Good evening, everyone. I declare the meeting open at 6:34 p.m. Good evening, councillors, staff, ladies and gentlemen. This meeting today is being held on Wadjuk, Noongar, Busha, and I would like to acknowledge and pay my respects to elders past, present and future. I thank all past and present members of the community that have supported the city to better understand and value Noongar culture within the city of Wanneroo. As many of you are aware, Margaret Cockman, Freeman of the City of Wanneroo and Joondalup, passed away recently, and I would like us all to stand and observe a minute's silence in remembrance of her service. Thank you. You may now be seated. I now invite you to bow your heads in prayer. Lord, we thank you for blessing our city, our community and our council. Guide us all in our decision-making to act fairly, without fear or favour, and with compassion, integrity, wisdom and honesty. May we show true leadership, be inclusive of all, and guide all of the city's people and many families to a prosperous future that all may share. We ask this in your name. Amen. Please note that the audio-visual proceedings of tonight's meeting will be live broadcast online, with the exception of matters discussed behind closed doors. The broadcast of proceedings of the meeting can be accessed live and on demand through the City of Wanneroo YouTube channel. If the capacity of the council chamber is exceeded, which I don't think it is tonight, the public may be requested to view the special council meeting from Banksia Room 1. And please ensure all your mobile phones are turned off and on silent. Attendances are as per the record. Apologies and leave of absence, we have none. The following general rules apply to public question and statement time. 1. Public questions and statements should only relate to the business of local government and should not be a personal statement or opinion. 2. Only questions relating to matters affecting the local government will be considered at an ordinary council meeting, and only questions that relate to the purpose of the meeting will be considered at a special council meeting. Questions may be taken on notice and responded to after the meeting. Questions may not be directed at specific council members or a city employee. Questions or statements are not to be framed in such a way as to reflect adversely on a particular council member or city employee. To ensure the meeting progresses effectively, attendees are requested to refrain from repetitive comments on matters that have already been discussed. First priority will be given to persons who are asking questions relating to items on the current special council meeting agenda, and second priority will be given to public statements. Only public statements regarding items on the special council agenda under consideration will be heard. Each person seeking to ask questions or make a statement during public question and statement time may address the council for a maximum of 3 minutes each. Thank you to everyone who has come along to tonight's special council meeting. It is obvious that this matter is of a great deal of importance to the community. I thank those community members who have taken the time to submit either public questions or statements in writing prior to the meeting. This provides an opportunity for administration to prepare a response and demonstrates respect for fellow community members to ensure that the meeting remains effective and considers the matters raised. Firstly, I'll read aloud the questions and statements received in writing prior to the meeting, along with the response. Please note that at the last special council meeting, during the 3.5 hours of question time, 83 questions were asked, and the answers are included in the agenda. I'd like to thank the community and staff for their participation in this, but I do ask, please refrain from asking questions that have already been answered. And I have a question from Mrs C. McElhaney of Mindari about SO 1-823 project update, former Quinns Rocks Caravan Park site. Her statement is, in my research of campsites, degradation of the area occurs. While there has been an assessment of species, it appears no study has occurred of long-term degradation to the area, such as biophysical impacts. I would also like to understand consultation outcomes with First Nations peoples regarding this project. The response is there are 3 aspects to the response to this question. The first relating to existing bushland areas, and the second and third relating to the proposed development. The first aspect involves enhancing the protection of bushland areas. As provided in the recommended resolution in the report to Council, the bushland areas will be excised as Crown state land rather than the current freehold status under a management order for conservation. This will separate the bushland's tenure from the former caravan park site. The second relates to the lease and how it will ensure the development does not contribute to site degradation. Council has not yet resolved to progress to formal lease negotiations, with this being a matter for consideration at the upcoming special council meeting. Based on the previous council resolution in July 2022, discussions have only occurred with the proponent. If a lease is negotiated, it will include obligations relating to site, condition and maintenance during both the development and operational phases. The third aspect of the question relates to the planning approval process. Environmental and cultural heritage matters will need to be further considered and assessed as part of a future development application should Council decide to proceed with the proposal. If development takes place on Lot 211, an updated foreshore management plan will be required for the affected area. An updated management plan would address heritage-related and environmental matters and provide guidelines on how they should be managed, if any are identified through the development application and approval process. The City is not the determining authority for the development approval. The WAPC and Department of Planning, Lands and Heritage will ultimately decide, with potential conditions to this effect, at the development application stage. On the part of the question relating to First Nations peoples, the City's Ni-Kadajini Court Reconciliation Action Group was informed of the project and engagement process, with the City encouraging the group and its members' networks to participate in the engagement process. Information was also shared with the City's Multicultural Reference Group in a similar matter. Furthermore, a traditional owner provided feedback suggesting that there is an Aboriginal heritage in the local area, but not specifically at the development site. Item 3.2, Mr McAlhaney from Mindari to this report, former Quinns Rocks Caravan Park site. His question is, climate change is still not completely understood. However, it is clear that there is an urgent focus required, even at micro level. Commercial development is an attractive proposition financially for councils. Will you agree no further expansion across the reserve for 50 years? If you agree to this development at the loss of public amenities. For clarification on the suggested loss of public amenity, the current proposal relates to the former caravan park site at Lot 211 Quinns Road, Mindari. It does not relate to other parts of Lot 211, such as native bushland areas and the sealed car parks and buildings such as Portofino's, Sea Spice, the Quinns Mindari Surf Lifesaving Club and Community Centre premises. The only current amenity in the former caravan park site is overflow parking, which is a temporary arrangement during limited hours in peak periods over summer. In contrast, the proposed development will provide enhanced amenity in the form of accommodation, cafe and function facilities, plus a lawn area. If Council determines to proceed with lease negotiations and a lease is entered with the proponent, the future use of the land after the expiry of the lease will be a future decision of Council based on the circumstances at the time. The site is currently not a Crown Land Reserve, but is actually freehold land. However, the recommendation to Council is for bushland areas to be excised from Lot 211, with the excised area to be subject to land survey and vest that land in the state as Crown land under a management order to the City for the purpose of conservation. This will provide a further level of protection for areas not currently proposed for development. Question from Mr E. Coates from Quinns Rocks. Have any of the councillors or mayor ever visited Clarko Reserve Trig or Tom Simpson Park Mullaloo to see the benefits that these open spaces bring to the public? And if not visited, why not? Thanks. And the response to that is no response is required other than to note whether the City's council members have visited parks in other areas is not relevant to the matters for consideration at the upcoming special council meeting. The current council item follows a series of prior council resolutions relating to the use of Lot 211 and the investigation of the former caravan park for tourism purposes. As further context on Lot 211, the site is freehold land. It is not Crown Land Reserve, whereas the parks noted in the question are Crown land. Clarko Reserve is Crown land managed by the City of Stirling, and Tom Simpson Park is Crown land managed by the City of Joondalup. Mr McElhaney from Mindari, his statement is sun protection in local government. Australia has one of the highest rates of skin cancer in the world, and Western Australia is second only to Queensland in terms of incidences of melanoma. The Council of WA encourages all local governments to consider opportunities to reduce the risk of cancer, including skin cancer, in the development of local government public health plans. The City of Wanneroo website reveals that its public health plan was first prepared in 2014-15 and subsequently reviewed in 2016-17. Surprisingly, the document does not appear to have been updated since and does not refer to skin cancer as a public health issue at all. The Council of WA states that the implementation of healthy public policy can reduce the risk of a number of chronic diseases, including cancer, and must be a shared responsibility among all levels of government in Australia. In particular, they state that local governments are the level of government closest to the community and so are well placed to implement policies, plans and strategies that help enable Western Australians to lead healthy, active lifestyles. The local government sector is well placed to support efforts to reduce exposure to the ultraviolet radiation in the community. For example, it has an integral role in town planning process, is responsible for planning and development approvals, controls and operates a range of recreational and community facilities, and organises and sponsors outdoor events. Sun protection in local government, and that is a quote from Cancer Council WA. Questions. Given our state's high rates of skin cancer, does Council agree that the basic provision of shade in the public domain is an effective way to mitigate the impacts of UVR and hence have a positive impact on public health? And question 2, the Fred Stubbs Park along the Quinns foreshore has a shade sail over the playground, while the remaining grassed area has no shade for visitors to seek protection from the sun. The plans associated with the proposed redevelopment of the Frederick Stubbs car park did not show any shade measures. The park in front of the Quinns Mindari Surf Lifesaving Club has a couple of shade shelters and several trees. What planning has the council done to effectively address the need for shade along this section of the coast? Question 3, has the council conducted a shade sail audit as recommended by the Cancer Council of WA at its coastal parks? And question 4, Does Council agree that a decision to extend the coastal parkland to the south over Quinn's Caravan Park site would provide an obvious opportunity to provide shade in the form of trees and shelters and hence benefit the community in offering UVR protection? Local governments, public health and cancer prevention, actions that will make a difference for your community. Funding. In deliberating their decision about the future of the Quinn's Caravan Park site, some councillors will rightly be weighing up the relative costs involved in the potential extension of a coastal park to the south. While parks are of enormous benefit to the community, they do have an establishment and ongoing cost. Question: has the council investigated any funding opportunities via grants and/or partnerships with state and federal government to help cover the costs involved? The response to this is the statements and questions relating to sun protection are noted and will be passed to the relevant sections of the city dealing with park and playground development equipment for information. However, the statements and questions are not relevant to the matters for consideration at the upcoming special council meeting. For context, the current council item follows a series of prior council resolutions relating to the use of Lot 211 and the investigation of the former caravan park site for tourism purposes. On the question relating to sunshade, the city has previously installed shade structures at community parks and beachfront areas. This typically involves 6 sites having new structures installed annually under the city's Install Shade Sale program. On the question relating to funding, as noted in the report to the special council meeting, in the event council resolved to develop a park, the source of funding and financial impact on the city's budget and other projects would need to be considered. It is important to note that council resolved in 2022 to undertake further community engagement to obtain the community's views for the preferred use of the former caravan park site. Council has not resolved to develop the site for other uses and has not resolved to investigate funding and grants opportunities for such alternative development. Question 5, Ms Hutchins from Quinns Rocks. Why did the council decide not to include the option to develop this space as a community open space with beach access included in the extensive community consultations that was solely focused on options for the private development of some kind of tourist accommodation park? Was this an oversight or a deliberate strategy for ensuring commercial use rather than a public facility? If so, what is the reasoning behind it? The response. The stages of council decisions on the status of the former caravan park site are summarised in the background of the section of the current report to council. The process commenced in 2012 when council resolved to close the former caravan park and investigate future operations, which was item CB 031112. Subsequently, council approved a business case and authorised an expression of interest process in September 2020, which was item CS 030920. Public questions at the time focused on the potential expansion into bushland areas and the impact on parking availability, in contrast to the recent interest in developing a park on the former caravan park site. Noting some questions had expressed interest in seeing community access and use of the site, which can still occur under hospitality and tourism development. In response, council's resolution specified that the EOI should be weighted against expansion to favour the development of the former caravan park footprint. Following the EOI process, council resolved in July 2022 to identify a preferred development candidate and undertake further community engagement to obtain the community's views for the preferred use of the former caravan park site. One of the views expressed by the community during the recent process has been in favour of community access to the site, including some in the participants expressing support for an alternative community park development. This has been acknowledged in the report to the special council meeting, and council will have regard to the engagement outcomes when making its decision. Question 6 from Mr R Percival. It's a statement. As the proponent, director and shareholder for the Quinns Caravan Park proposal, I have provided answers to the Council to all of the questions put forward. However, some of the questions are difficult to answer as the proposal is still in very early stages. However, I would like to address some of the important questions here. 1. Although we didn't need to form the relevant companies until approvals had been granted, we acknowledged the public's concerns and have now formed the companies which would own and operate this venture under a lease agreement, which is Ecotourism Proprietary Limited as trustee for the Quinns Resort Unit Trust. All of the shareholders are professional businessmen with not only successful companies in Perth, but also associated with our other resorts and management companies, which we are expanding throughout Australasia. 2. Following numerous comments and discussions with the community, we have now modified the design and the look of the resort, and we have even advanced glamping units designed to accommodate the wind, sun and rain. In addition, we have also moved the cafe function area closer to our larger park.
Can I just bring to your attention Standing Order 4.17, Preservation of Order, specifically 4.172, and if you'd like me to read that.
Yes, please, Deputy Mayor Treby.
Preservation of order, members of the public. A person observing a meeting must not create a disturbance at a meeting by interrupting or interfering with the proceedings, whether by expression of approval or dissent or conversing or by any other means.
Thank you for reminding us of that, Councillor Treby. And
if I can, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Baker.
Madam Mayor, just in relation to the point of order and by way of clarification at this stage, where's the evidence of the meeting being disrupted? A couple of people laughed. How does that constitute disrupting a meeting? That's just ludicrous. With respect, I laugh at it.
Councillor Baker, I understand what you said. I just ask the people here in the gallery just to be mindful that we show everyone respect as we go through the process here. I'm offering everyone respect here because it's important that we're all heard and we're all listened to, and that means everyone, people who are for and people who are against. So we'll just offer each other respect as we progress through this, okay? Thank you.
One final one, just in respect to Councillor Baker's position, 4.15, which is preservation of order from council members.
It's called bullying, Madam Mayor. It's the old school bullying. I did not
Councillor Baker, please be quiet. Deputy Mayor Treby, we will move on. I'm sure the gallery are aware that we need to show everyone respect and that will be fine. And we will move on with the questions and answers and the deputations, and we will move on with this meeting now. Thank you. Okay, where was I up to? I'm back to following. Number 3, I have been aware of many other opportunities to develop a glamping accommodation and resort in Western Australia, but I see Quinns Mindarie as the ideal location for my first operation in Australia. Regarding the community access, we are fully aware of the advantages and we welcome public access and participation within our open hours from 7 a.m. to closing 7 days per week. In case of a private event, access may be limited and we will notify the public at least 2 months in advance. In addition, we will also introduce a community discount card for everything from beverages to accommodation. Item 5, we see ourselves becoming an integral part of the community, working with local groups, schools and businesses, and we would like to employ as many locals as possible. We will also run various activities and small Sunday sunset concerts for the public to enjoy for free, and we will welcome people on their morning walks to pop in and buy a coffee and/or breakfast. Item 6, apart from working together with the community, we would hope that the increased tourism, marketing and recognition across Western Australia, we will be a huge benefit to the other businesses in the area. And item 7, throughout this process, we have been open with our ideas, discussions, designs and responses with the City of Wanneroo, and will continue to work with them and the community in a positive manner. We are very confident that the finished resort will be to a world-class standard and that everyone will be proud it's part of their community. Thank you for your support. Regards, Russell Percival. Question 7 from Mr V. Partridge in Tapping. Statement. Dear City of Wanneroo Councillors, we are writing to express our wholehearted support for the redevelopment of the former Quinns Rocks Caravan Park site as an ecotourism facility. As small business owners living and working in the area, we believe that this proposal offers great potential for boosting tourism and corporate events within the region. Over the years, we have filmed numerous corporate events in and around Perth metropolitan area, and we have often come across businesses seeking unique and picturesque locations to host their functions. The proposed ecotourism development at Quinns Rocks offers an unparalleled opportunity to cater to this demand, attracting businesses from the city and beyond for both midweek and weekend events. The proximity to Perth, combined with the serene coastal setting, makes it an ideal destination for corporate gatherings, team-building activities and other corporate functions. What makes this proposal even more compelling is the focus on ecotourism and the inclusion of glamping-style accommodation. This eco-friendly and modern approach to tourism aligns perfectly with the growing demand for sustainable and immersive experiences. As photographers and videographers, we believe that the natural beauty of this location would provide a remarkable drawcard for both corporate events and tourists seeking an extraordinary escape from Perth and beyond. The proposed facilities, including cafe, event space and lawn area, offer versatile spaces for various community and corporate activities. This diversity provides opportunities for a wide range of events such as fitness programs, sunset concerts, business meetings and family celebrations. In addition, the wheelchair accessibility and other provisions demonstrate a commitment to inclusivity and ensuring that everyone can enjoy this unique facility. Beyond its appeal to businesses, the proposed ecotourism development also has the potential to become a unique flagship attraction in Western Australia. This uniqueness will contribute to putting Quinns Rocks and the City of Wanneroo on the map for eco-conscious travellers and adventure seekers looking for a truly special experience. In conclusion, we fully support the ecotourism proposal for the redevelopment of the old Quinns Rocks Caravan Park site. As photographers and videographers who frequently collaborate with businesses in the region, we are confident that this project will have a positive impact on tourism and corporate events within the City of Wanneroo. It represents a fantastic opportunity to establish a unique and eco-friendly facility that will attract businesses and individuals from far and wide and will provide benefits to the whole community. We trust that the City of Wanneroo will see the immense value in this proposal and move forward with its development for the betterment of our community and our region's tourism sector. Sincerely, Vince and Karen Partridge. Item 8, Mr J Ledsham from Wanneroo. As statement, I'm the head of sport at Butler College and I live locally as well. I hope this project gets approved as it's currently an eyesore and it's an unsafe area when I go on my evening coastal walks on the weekends and with my wife and my baby girl. As a resident, I'm embarrassed by the rubbish and the activities that have been taking place in that location for the past 10 years. If this project doesn't get approved at this meeting, it might be another 10 years before anything happens there. This glamping resort will be a place I take my family to enjoy a coffee, invite family to stay when they are visiting and to watch some of the free acoustic and jazz sunset shows. My high school students I've spoken to are excited about the eco-design and a few may end up working there. I've listened to the last council meeting and, as a result, I won't be attending this one. The last meeting ended up being members of the public yelling at the staff and councillors for 3 hours who were supportive of the project, making the hostile environment nearly impossible for locals who want to speak positively about the glamping. Like most members of our community, we hope the councillors think about us when voting, the quiet, supportive residents of the City of Wanneroo who can't wait to have this world-class resort on our doorstep. This was shown with the results of the random door-knocking survey recently completed and not the loud complaining few that have been pressuring others to sign their factually incorrect petition. Item 9, Ms S. Wright, Quinns Rocks, statement. I believe this concept would be fantastic for the northern suburbs. As a school teacher at Quinns Baptist College, I can see many uses for this project that would be beneficial to the school and students. The restaurant function area would be perfect not only for school balls and foremost, but also for teachers' workshops, getaways and end-of-year functions. We are very limited in regards to function centres, cafes, etc. in the northern suburbs. Why not utilise beachfront accommodation, cafes, restaurant areas in a relaxed community like Quinns? Many students take part in physical education, outdoor education subjects that involve being at the Quinns Portofino's beach area. To be able to enjoy facilities provided by this development would be ideal. This would also be a great opportunity for inter-school competitions, productions and excursions to provide local accommodation for those travelling from far south, being so close to the local schools. We hope you consider factors such as these stated above, as we are a growing community at Quinns and this development would be favourable for schools and families. Item 10, Mrs Stott Newton. Question. For the benefit of residents, is it the case that the proponent does not have to submit all or any of the development detailed in this report when submitting a development application, unless it is stipulated in the lease? These will be asked at the meeting following research. The response is, it is unclear what this question is referring to. For the purpose of the current response, it is assumed development detailed means the conditions for community access noted in the report for the current item and in comments from the proponent. In order for the proponent to submit a development application, it will require the city's consent as landowner. As part of this landlord review and the lease negotiations, the city will have regard to the community's clear interest in having access to the site and in ensuring that the development and the proponent's performance of the lease provides for this access. As discussed in the report, the design remains at the preliminary stage. Item 11, Mr C. Trelaw from Burns Beach. Statement. I am very much in favour of this development. It would be very beneficial for me and my family as the employment opportunities would be great. There are enough parks in the area. This is dead bushland and it would be great to use it for great business ideas. Item 12, Ms J. Dal Pozzo from Dundebar. I would like to provide a statement for our support for the redevelopment of Quinns Rocks Caravan Park to a glamping resort. We have been residents of the City of Wanneroo for over 30 years and our local beach is Quinns. Recently reading the City of Wanneroo newsletter showing all the projects underway or completed in the most recent financial year, I do not believe there is a need for another park, but instead fully support the commercial glamping project, which I believe would bring a lot of opportunities for my grandchildren and the community alike. Ms I. Henkel from Mindarie. Question. The City of Joondalup has provided a great off-beach recreational space at Mullaloo Beach, which is used by many people coming from far afield. As an 18-year-old, my friends and I have often travelled from Mindarie to Quinns to make use of the shady lawned areas and wish we had a similar area to use locally. Frederick Stubbs Park has no shelter and the park at Portofino's is often crowded. When will the City of Wanneroo provide these much-needed off-beach recreational zones for our local community? The response. The provision of shade in the former caravan park site is not relevant to the matters for consideration at the upcoming special council meeting. However, for the context on the provision of shade and as noted previously in relation to question 3.4, the City has previously installed shade structures at community parks and beachfront areas. This typically involves 6 sites having new structures installed annually under the City's Install Shade Sale program. An example is the shade structure in Newman Park at Brazier Road in Yanship immediately north of Orion Cafe, which was replaced in 2020. Item 3.14, Ms C Duddy from Butler. On page 39 of the agenda for the meeting, 1st of the 8th, 2023, it is stated the proponent has never expressed concerns regarding noise from the surf club or surrounding businesses. Can this be clarified, as in the confirmed meetings of the council meeting on the 12th of July 2022, it states under the Queensmindari Surf Lifesaving Club Incorporated, proponent has advised administration the following in relation to the Queensmindari Surf Lifesaving Club proposal. It is concerned with the likely number of Queensmindari Surf Lifesaving Club members utilising the area and overlooking its proposed development, potential music and verbal noise emanating from the area, which could interfere with wedding ceremonies, events and guests trying to sleep in the glamping tents. Was this the case or not? Whilst the proponent had expressed preliminary concerns at its expression of interest stage that an expansion of the Queensmindari Surf Lifesaving Club to include outdoor decked area would impact guests in nearby glamping tents, the proponent has been able to adjust the design in its discussions with the city in the past 13 months, and based on the feedback during the engagement process, to reiterate, this involved a particular type of expansion to the Queensmindari Surf Lifesaving Club premises, rather than any objection to the current noise levels. The proponent has modified its design to move the glamping accommodation further for the Queensmindari Surf Lifesaving Club premises, with the proposed cafe and function centre now closest to the Queensmindari Surf Lifesaving Club. Further community feedback regarding wind impact has meant that the proponent is planning to use materials which are more likely to contain the noise and less likely to be impacted by external noise. Finally, as noted in the report for the current item, discussions between the city and the proponent have indicated the proponent is keen to work with the Queensmindari Surf Lifesaving Club. The proponent was supportive of meeting with the club, which would provide opportunity to consider issues such as times of operation, noise management and potential for collaboration. If council resolved to proceed with lease negotiations, the proponent would welcome a meeting with the Queensmindari Surf Lifesaving Club as soon as possible, and hopefully this is something the Queensmindari Surf Lifesaving Club would reciprocate. Item 3.15, Mr D Duddy from Butler. On page 39 of the agenda for the council meeting held on the 1st of August 2023, the proponent has indicated the intent to hold 1 to 3 functions per week in peak season. Most of these are likely to be weddings, and the area would be shut for community use as already advised. This indicates every weekend in peak season the residents would not be able to access this space. Most weddings take place on weekends. The small lawned area on the plan is unlikely to be used if residents cannot get food or drinks, or if there's no entertainment, as the infinity pool and playground equipment have been removed from the plans. What are the council lease conditions going to be if this is approved? I hope it is not, to safeguard against residents being excluded in peak season. Council is asking the community to trust a private developer that community will get access to the site. The community need to trust the council who we elect. There will be lease safeguards in place to ensure community have access if council pass this proposal to allow a private developer to use lot 211. I would suggest no exclusion to community on Sundays in peak season. The response to this: the council has not thus far resolved to proceed with lease negotiations, which means that the exact terms of the lease remain to be determined. However, the proponent has provided responses on how the community access may be facilitated, with this information included in attachment 1 to the report. Question 2. The agenda for the 1st of August 2023 has several recommendations. One of these recommendations, number 4, states authorises the Chief Executive Officer or a nominee of the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate terms, including for the ground lease, conditions to enhance community amenity and access the lease site. execute all documentation and comply with all acceptable legislation as is required to effect item 3 above, noting that the execution of an agreement for lease and a ground lease remains subject to item 5 below. Given the city is about to get a new CEO, a new legal person and a new Director of Community in place, and is also soon to have local government elections that could see a new mayor and several new councillors, should this item not be adjourned until those ultimately responsible going forward have had a chance to read the information and understand it? Last month, Councillor Rose said this was just a part of the process and not the final decision. This recommendation does not say anything is coming back to councillors for their final consideration and endorsement if this is approved. It provides no safeguards for the community. Has council considered waiting until the new CEO and staff are recruited and in place and appraised of this item and the local government elections have taken place, so those agreeing to new leases are the same as those making decisions now? October is only a few weeks ago. The response. The City of Wanneroo is a large organisation which should not need to stop operations pending a change in personnel. In any event, refer to item 5 of the recommended resolution, which is clear that a report will be presented to a future council meeting. Item 316, Ms A. Andrews. Statement, I oppose the development of a glamping venue at the old Quinns Rocks Caravan Park. The area should be made into a park for the community. Item 3.17, Ms H. Sarah. Question, is the main reason for the Ego Park, I think that's supposed to be Eco Park, for the Shire to make dollars and revenue rather than a community public space to serve future generations? Refer to the background section. I think the response is refer to the background section of the current report for the context to the project. This includes the stages of council decisions on the investigations on the future of the former caravan park site, the noting of the site for the city's economic development strategy and action plan 2016 to 2021, and the completion of a business case on the potential viability of the development. Item 318, Mr R. Ross from Mindarie. Statement. I urge all councillors to vote no this evening. The proposal before you offers nothing for the community. A successful venue will be used by the business for its customers every weekend. An unsuccessful venture will quickly fall into disrepair. Every facility it offers is already available to the public within Mindarie. The city is handing control of a large parcel of land to a private developer for his own gain for a 20+ year period, all for a tiny benefit to the city's purse. Now is the ideal time to press the stop button and ask questions that have not been fully addressed. Is this proposal the best use of the site? Not is this proposal the best use of the site as accommodation business? Or what use of or mix of uses would provide the best community value? What would such options cost and what funds are available? Like many others, I personally believe that there are better uses for the site. I recognise that these come with costs, and I recognise that some developments such as parking, toilets and showers or a kiosk may be warranted. I encourage all councillors to reflect on the proposal before them and then vote so that the alternative uses for the site can be investigated properly by voting no. Mr K. Gavin, Quinns Rocks. Statement. With the subdivision of the larger Quinns blocks allowing more housing in Old Quinns and the development of new subdivisions such as Catalina south of Mindarie, the population of the Quinns-Mindarie area is increasing rapidly. Membership of the Quinns-Mindarie Surf Lifesaving Club has grown over the past few years, with many young families enjoying the Sunday morning activities at the club. Parking is at a premium already with overflow car park on the site. It's a caravan park land already well used on the Sunday morning time. Portofino's and Sea Spice Indian Restaurant also use the existing parking bays. The response. The demand for parking close to the beach and restaurants is recognised. The parking study recommends providing timed restrictions on the bays closest to the beach and restaurants to improve access to these bays throughout the day. The City will be looking to implement 2-hour time restrictions this year. Question from the same person. The proposal to utilise the wastewater sump land located approximately however many metres away as an additional parking area is not a safe, viable alternative for young families and elderly residents who will have to transport themselves, their surfboards, picnic supplies, sun shelters, pushers and supervise young children alongside a very busy road used by buses, trucks and a lot of cars. Surely a safer parking option would be to utilise a bigger part of the land area adjacent to the existing surf club. The response. As detailed in Section 5, Option 4 of the parking study, the use of land with direct beachside access for car parking may not necessarily provide the most community benefit for the use of the land, and hence other options, including extending the existing car park, were considered. The sump land provides an opportunity to provide parking in the vicinity of the coastal node without requiring the clearing of vegetation and to use an existing 2.5 metre wide concrete shared path for access. Question 3. Traffic management is constantly referenced when any new development is considered. One example of poor traffic management plan already in existence can be seen on Quinns Road at Gumblossom Park, which has become a hub for sport teams playing on the weekend using new facilities. Parking bays are insufficient, so cars park on the grass verge on either side of Quinns Road. Families must then cross Quinns Road with all their provisions for the day. Young children run ahead to find their teams and cars. Driving along Quinns Road must be very aware of the dangerous situation. To make matters worse, there is not a pedestrian crossing anywhere on Quinns Road, Bindari Drive or Tapping Way. The least desirable situation as far as the Surf Lifesaving Club is concerned is one where cars are parking up on verges along Quinns Road. Traffic management along Quinns Road has been a nightmare since the growth of the 3 large schools, Quinns Baptist, Peter Moyes Anglican Community and Mindari Senior High, which cater for the ever-increasing student population in the area. A redevelopment of the traffic intersection at Quinns Road and Marmion Avenue may have assisted in enabling more traffic to turn left out of Quinns Road and head south along Marmion Avenue, but the left-hand turning lane, which allows cars to head north on Marmion Avenue, is blocked by the right-hand lanes as soon as 3 or 4 cars or a bus and a car or 2 or a truck and a car are stopped at the traffic lights. This causes to back up and block the roundabout at Tapping Way. The response. The issues that are raised are concerned with congestion and road safety at a location over 1 kilometre away from the surf club. The development of the site will not have a significant impact on either of these issues. Question 4. Was any research conducted, and by whom, on how the council decided on such a low amount of rent on what is prime seaside land in the northern suburbs of Perth? The Quinns Bindari Surf Lifesaving Club is an integral part of the Quinns Rocks and surrounding areas' fabric of social cohesion, delivering water awareness training, team building and social development of the younger generation, including the importance of volunteering in the community. This assists with the development of a cohesive society. Response. A market valuation was completed by a licensed valuer and attached to the current report to Council. This is consistent with the requirements in Section 3.58 in brackets 3 and bracket 4 of the Local Government Act. The valuation is based on the status of the site, including the current zoning, which limits the potential uses, and tenure, whereby the site will be a ground lease with the developer handling all approvals, development, maintenance and make good. These aspects resulted in a market rental which is comparably lower rental than if the site was already constructed by the City and available on a building lease basis. Other aspects of the statements made in the above are addressed in the current report. Item 3.20, Ms Kay Wheatcroft.
Madam Mayor, if I may, please, again, unfortunately, on standing orders, just with respect to 4.16, again, disturbance, just with respect to anyone, council members in particular, who might have their phones not on silent. It's a continual dinging that I just ask for councillors to make sure their phones are on silent.
Yes, I did say at the beginning if everybody's phone could be on silent, that would be good. So can you please check your phones for me? Thanks. So item 320, Ms Kay Wheatcroft. Question: the parcel of land between the bush and the foreshore in an urban environment is a unique piece of land. The housing and community area in close proximity is family orientated with 4 primary schools, 3 high schools, a playgroup, 2 soccer clubs and the Surf Life Saving Club, all west of Marmion Avenue and north of Anchorage Drive. Does council consider a glamping facility, usually located in more remote settings, and a function centre in keeping with the family orientated community surrounding the area? Or would the green community space with barbecue and beach facilities the wider Wanneroo community has repeatedly requested more appropriate for the location? And question 2, the original feasibility study considered a traditional style caravan park and not a facility operating as a function centre. Does the council consider the current proposal has undertaken enough market research and due diligence for the proposed facility? The response: as mentioned in the consultation section of the current report, administration has discussed the proposal with a number of industry groups, including Tourism WA and Destination Perth, who have indicated their support for the proposal and the glamping concept as a whole. And now question 3 from Ms Kay Wheatcroft. At the previous special council meeting, the council advised me that Mr Luke Percival was not a party to this proposal, yet he is named as one of the directors in the updated information supplied for this meeting. There are still a lot of unknowns in this project, and it has already moved significantly away from the original feasibility study. How much further away from this proposal will we end up? The response: it was not stated that Mr Luke Percival was not a party to this proposal, rather that the involvement of Mr Luke Percival with other events is not to do with this site. The appropriate due diligence and checks have been conducted by administration. Item 3.21, Mr K Tasker. Statement: I wish to ask councillors to consider my proposal to resolve this situation through is a conciliatory approach so each party can reach a great agreement for the community. And then item 3.22, Ms N Sangali. Statement: I would like to speak against the proposed glamping wedding development proposed for Light 211 Quinns Road, Quinns Rocks.
Mayor Aitken.
Yes, Councillor Rowe.
Under Standing Order 4.12, I wish to make a personal explanation. Point 2 of that standing order says that I can do so immediately if the member consents to the time or at the conclusion of the member's speech. Now that you've finished providing public question time, I just wish to note that I was the only councillor mentioned by name in the public questions and statements that have been read. I would like your leave to be able to make a personal explanation.
Yes, we will go to more public questions, but yes, Councillor Rowe, if you could make it, because your name has been mentioned in this statement, I give you permission to respond to your name being mentioned in these statements.
Thank you, Mayor Aitken. It was mentioned in item 3.15, and I quote, last month Councillor Rowe said that this was just part of the process and not the final decision. It doesn't specify what this is. However, the preceding sentence refers to the fact that the city is recruiting a new CEO, a new manager of executive, legal and governance and a new director. I made no such comments at the last special council meeting. I referred to the fact that the special council meeting was a stage in the process for consideration of whether council would progress to lease. So I believe I've been adversely referred to in this context, and I just wanted to correct the record. I made no such comment in relation to new appointments to the city's administration. No such comments.
Thank you for that clarification, Councillor Rowe. Okay, so we have public question time register. We have a few here. And I ask that you come up, give us your name and the suburb that you live in as I call you. And please come up in the order called, otherwise you might lose the opportunity to speak. So I've got Mr. Tim Lee. Remembering you've only got 3 minutes. Yes, just push the button there.
Good evening, councillors and other people attending, and Mayor. My name is Timothy Lee and I live in Mindarie. My first query and question is the veracity and authenticity of the original poll. People, I myself consider, and many others considered it quite ambiguous and vague. Plus the fact it was spread out right throughout the whole of the Wanneroo Council area. We believe that people in places like Queen's Rock or Alexander Heights don't really care about our local neighbourhood. And with that in mind, many of the local residents where I live, I'd say well over 90% of the people I've spoken to, and we know a lot of people, do not agree with this proposal. What I'd like to ask the question is, could the vote on this proposal be postponed until a more comprehensive poll is conducted, especially including the members of the North East Ward and Central West, of which I know no one who took part in the poll from our area.
Mr. CEO.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Perhaps there's two aspects to the question. One is a question relating to the accuracy of the survey, which perhaps, Mayor, you may direct that question to the Director of Corporate Strategy and Performance. The second question, which asks Council a decision as to how they may make or defer a decision tonight, through you, Mayor, can only really be made by Council during the debate.
Thank you. So, Ms Jennings, would you like to respond to the veracity of the research? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. This survey was conducted by an independent party following particular guidelines that are agreed by federal government, actually, in terms of the way they've done it. The statistically valid whole of area survey was certainly well and truly checked, because it's checked by another party as well. And by the way, that was requested by the council to actually have the whole of the area involved in the survey. And the other survey also had enough people to be statistically valid and told us about what the local representative said as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Jennings. Do you have another question, Mr Lee?
I certainly do. My next query and question is, which has partially been clarified. You mentioned that a consortium or company will be investing in this venture because the original proponent doesn't have the funds. One thing that disturbs me is, who are these investors? Do they have associations with crime activities? They may even be a councillor member or their family, friends or business associates. So the question is, will these investors that are part of this company who are funding this venture be named?
Mr Greer, could you respond to that, please?
Thank you for the question. I guess just as a point of clarification initially, the previous reports had referred to the proponent by the entity that they had been carrying on their previous business. And it was clear that a new entity needed to be established because they're running a separate business operation. So it wasn't that they didn't have the money to do it. It was simply that normal, responsible, prudent business practice is often to establish a new company, to establish a venture. I would imagine many people would be aware of that. In terms of the people within the company, the details of the company itself has been provided in the ASIC search, the company search is provided with the current report. So the community will be able to see who the directors and shareholders of the company are. The company is acting as trustee of a trust. Again, that's not an unusual structure in business generally or in property or hospitality development. And given the structure is still at an early stage, and in fact it was probably unusual that the structure reached the current stage at all, and as the proponent indicated in his statement, it was largely a response to the questions raised at the meeting 6 weeks or so ago. The final number of investors is still being determined, but some further information has been provided to council members as a confidential attachment, noting that it is still commercially sensitive.
Thank you. Do you have any more questions?
Yeah, I've got one final query and question. It's in regard to the liquor licence that will be granted for this establishment. Now, obviously, there are other liquor licences which have been approved for the area, Portofino's, but the difference is, will drinking be allowed in the open areas or the complete boundaries of this establishment? And the reason I ask that, I think I've attended and worked at many, many weddings, including...
Mr Lear, you've had time, but we will pass the question over to Mr Greer about whether the liquor licence will be allowed as your question. So, Mr Greer, could you respond to that? Ms Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a liquor licensing matter rather than the city. Obviously, we're early stage of negotiation, but liquor licence would have to go to the right authority.
Thank you, and you've had your 3 minutes, Mr Lear. Thank you very much. I call Ms Sangalli now to ask her questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I start, I just want to address one thing, and that is a comment you made about respect and respect from the gallery, and I hope that for the majority of the night this gallery shows you the respect, but I would ask for the common courtesy of councillors actually showing the gallery respect too. So I'll leave it there. So in relation to some answers that were just given, I do have one question, and that is part of the approval for the previous development included a foreshore management plan and other environmental plans. It recommended revegetating and maintaining the bush forever. Part of these plans supplied a mapping tool identifying and grading bushland according to the condition, for example, good, very good, etc. Council, as part of this investigation, renewed their environmental mapping, and it showed the bushland had not improved, but rather had further degradation had occurred. Can you please explain how transferring remaining land to state, then back to yourself under a management plan, will have a different outcome to the last recommendation to improve and regenerate the bush forever on Lot 211?
Mr Dixon.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Obviously, there would need to be proposals for revegetation of degraded areas, and that would be a matter for future consideration, not forming part of this current proposal.
Thank you, Mr Dixon. Next question, Ms Sangalli.
Okay, I have a statement as well. So as you know, I've been opposed to the glamping development for quite a long time. I do support the community. The community have fought hard to protect the remaining coastline, and previous actions have helped preserve the area, including the development of Lot 211 with amenities like the surf club, restaurants and a state-of-the-art community centre. Lot 211 provides accessible beach accesses, protection for swimming and various amenities that you cannot find at Fred Stubbs Park. However, with increasing visitor numbers, it's become clear that the parking and amenities at Lot 211 are inadequate. Additionally, the threat of further erosion at Fred Stubbs Park and the lack of accessible and swimming locations in Mindarie raises concerns about the added pressure on Lot 211 in the future. For Fred Stubbs Park, existing policies and state recommendations suggest preparing for eventual retreat due to coastal erosion and rising sea levels. As sea levels rise, areas like Lot 211 will also be affected, necessitating a move of beach accesses and amenities landward. A 1 centimetre increase in sea level is the equivalent of the beach encroaching landward by 1 metre. In the most recent climate adaptation strategy released by the Department of Transport just last week, it quotes sea level rise is increasing to 3 centimetres per decade, equating to a landward encroachment or loss of beach by 3 metres within the next 10 years. While the community fought to save Fred Stubbs and the car park, it is acknowledged that it's not sustainable in the long term. There's a need for further consideration of how the beachfront and public amenities will be accommodated when the beachfront in front of Fred Stubbs and the car park is no longer viable and the accesses, car park and Fred Stubbs Park itself, its future uncertain. Department of Transport Assessment of Coastal Hotspots 2019 recommendations for Quinns is to remove all assets seaward of Ocean Drive within the next 25 years. Residents have expressed concerns about the city's motivations as the land already generates an income. There are options to address funding sources. The community is asking for the same assurance of coastal foreshore and associated amenities that all other coastal suburbs in Cow do enjoy. In conclusion, the proposed glamping proposal is met with opposition due to a number of issues, including the community's long-standing concerns about coastal erosion, the need to plan for the future of the beachfront, the surf club, public amenities and accesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Sangalli. Melissa Carter, would you like to come down, please?
Please excuse me, I've had a chest infection, so I just wanted to make a brief statement.
Firstly, Ms. Carter.
Melissa Carter from Eglinton. I'm opposed to the proposed glamping resort at the former Quinns Caravan Park site for all of the previous aforementioned issues there. I'd also like to state my disappointment in the way Council has conducted proceedings amongst each other and with regard to the public. If this is to be a democratic process, then everyone should be afforded the same respect and not subject to bullying tactics that are more akin to a schoolroom.
Thank you for your statement, Ms Carter. Mr Kenneth Carter.
Good evening, all. I don't have a question per se. However, I have extreme experience in the whole outdoor pursuits environment as well as ecotourism. All right. Little bit of context. I'm a 30-year veteran from the British Services where I specialised in a great deal of outdoor pursuit training. I'm looking at Wanneroo. Wanneroo eco glamping site versus Rock Nest eco camping site. I then refer to the Lonely Traveller book, dubbed Australia. You find within it Rock Nest, Albany, and guess what you don't see? Wanneroo. Wanneroo. It's a great place to live. And I think my colleagues will agree or concur with me, but it is not the place for a world-class glamping facility. I'm in all favour of these sort of facilities in the right place. But Wanneroo, is a public suburb. It's not going to appear Yep, in the Lonely Planet publication of Australia. And I'm going to be as bold as saying, if you honestly believe it will be, you've got to think of the people within the area. The average cost of a glamping facility per night is over $400. Sorry? Thank you, Mr. Baker, Councillor Baker. I appreciate your input.
Mr. Baker, Councillor Baker, you're not allowed to speak with the members in the gallery.
Well, he speaks common sense.
Okay. Thank you,
Common sense. Now, so I'm not against this sort of facility, but you seriously have to, and I doubt if any of you here, respectively, including the officers at the back there, have the experience I do in citing these sort of facilities. You are in fear of your legacy on the council becoming a white elephant. And the ratepayers amongst us here have just had our rates increased by $500 a year. We don't want to incur the costs of a white elephant. Okay? Think about it, please, ladies and gentlemen. I implore you.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Ms. Jennings, could you please clarify the cost estimates per night in the glamping within the proponent that is in the report? And could you please clarify the rates increases that we've had this year? Because Mr. Carter says his rates have gone up $500. And if they have, maybe, Mr. Carter, we can get the director to speak with you about it and see if... Mr. Carter, please sit down. Please sit down. You've had your time to speak. Ms. Jennings, could you please respond to those statements by Mr. Carter? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the comments. I'm just checking up on whether we've got some more detail on the amount being potentially charged, because obviously it's still early days and we're still negotiating, but it's certainly not in that range that was mentioned. If I've got the information, I'll pass it on. But I'd also like to mention that the Tourism WA has actually written to us, and that's in the attachment. So they've actually given us some comments on the proposal and feel that it would be very good for the area. We look like that we're anticipating an average price point between $150 to $350, depending on the size of the actual eco tent. So quite different from that previous price mentioned. With regards to your last question, Mayor, about rates, there is an average increase, but it does depend on whether your valuation has changed, and a valuation can always be checked by the Valuer General. That's something that we don't do. That's actually provided by the Valuer General, but I'm always happy to take questions through to our customer centre as well. Thank you, Mayor.
So, Mr. Carter, one of our staff will get in contact with you and query your rates and make sure that they haven't gone up that much and discuss it with you, okay? Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Stephen Faulkner, would you like to come down and ask your question or make your statement?
Second. Brought my own water this time. Firstly, Madam Mayor, Stephen Faulkner from 39 Grey Gum Crescent, Queen's Rock. Before I start my question, I just want to also acknowledge the passing of Margaret Cockman. She was a wonderful person, a true meaning of community in this city, and a dear friend of mine and many others in the room, and she'll be sorely missed. Framing my question this evening, I went out and engaged with our seniors in our community. A lot of them don't have access to social media, okay? My way of reaching out to the community was to develop some community-based signage advertising this special council meeting this evening, okay? On the 25th of July, I was informed by a local resident that someone with high-vis clothing and a white hatchback and a ponytail was seen pulling up to the sign outside their property and tearing it off the fence. I was pretty proactive, and I've always been pretty transparent with the city. Staff members in the room today know, because I've had conversations with them. And basically, I just said to the city, look, I don't believe it's the city, but this is one I would like the city to investigate. There is a camera that looks on to what some of the signs that I did place. So they did do an investigation, but I didn't hear anything back. I followed it up with Ranger Services and had discussions with them, and they did a bit of further investigating for me. In that time, I had a couple more residents come forward, and some of them actually identified the person in particular as a city staff member. I got a response back from a senior staff member today, basically saying that the signage that I put up was misleading the community, okay? Now, some of the points that were brought up by this staff member mentioned about my wording of beachfront. I understand the city uses the term foreshore, or might be foreshore, coastal foreshore, whatever, but our local lingo is beachfront. That's what we call it, right? And that's how I talk to my community. But all of the signs were removed, which is really disappointing because I put a lot of time into doing that, away from my family and my kids, sitting on the laminator. My wife's a teacher. I know my 3 minutes is coming up. But sitting on the laminator, punching them through 20 seconds at a time, it took me ages, okay? But I asked the city, why did they remove the community signs, an important part of connecting with our seniors, and why was no attempt made to contact me to advise me of any issues with the signs? I would have more than happily gone down with a black marker and blocked out any sections that the city didn't feel appropriate. I've looked over the wording. I don't think I've overstepped the mark a little bit. My general direction is getting community support for a public open space, and I was pretty clear in that messaging, but also providing accurate information that you guys provided. The only thing I seen around the city was the Clarkson Library, a tiny little A4 page with Mr Sims' letterhead part and the advising of the meeting, okay? In a sort of dark corner. People don't see that. We've got people in the room today, and they can show of hands if they like, if they came here because they may have seen the sign on the fence line. Okay, it was an important part of communicating with our community. I would have been more than happy to resolve the issue if I had been approached, and I think this action really, to me personally, really reflects quite negative of the city making that choice.
Thank you, Mr Faulkner. Ms Jennings, would you like to make a comment on that statement, or Mr Greer?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr Faulkner. As was confirmed by the city staff that spoke to you, the signs were removed by city staff, and the reason was twofold. Firstly, there hadn't been any request to place the signs, they simply just appeared. And secondly, the signs did contain errors. You mentioned the beachfront reference. They contained other errors. They contained an error, for instance, that made a statement that public open space was being lost forever. And it's interesting that that type of comment has been borne out in some of the questions and the submissions. As reading the report would indicate, the proposal that council is considering is a lease for 21 years. It is a lease for a period of time, but it's not forever. Further, there have been signs in the past that the city's rangers have removed. In this instance, the signs were removed as well. I might just pass across to the director, though, around the notice for the meeting.
Yes, thank you. The notice for the meeting goes out in various ways, and there was plenty of time given for notice of this meeting, and I think it goes onto our public notice boards as well as on the electronic systems as well. And it's also was deliberately made on a Tuesday night because that's our fairly well a normal night for us to have our meeting as well.
Well, you've had 3 minutes. I'll give you 1 minute. Okay.
Yeah, just in response to that, the question, I'll go jump to the chase, public open space. Why are we here tonight? The community are here because we want public open space. Where I refer to public open space will be lost forever is my way of saying if we can't come to a decision that's a community-supported outcome being public open space, if that doesn't get a chance to even be looked at, we've lost public open space forever. Okay? I appreciate it's not currently public open space, it's a bit of land with an overflow car park, but our vision is public open space. So if we don't get a chance to have it, then we have lost it forever. It's an opportunity.
Thank you for your statement, Mr Faulkner. Mr Stephen Goodwin, would you like to come down and give us your suburb, please? Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, all. My name is Stephen Goodwin. I live in Mindarie. My question, and probably more of a statement, is in relation to the surveys that were undertaken with the community, one a market research sample and another an open survey, and also in relation to the petition that's been presented to Council, I think will be later presented this evening. My understanding is that the number of respondents on a petition is somewhere in the vicinity of 1,500, whereas the number of respondents on either of these surveys was much short of that number. Whilst the market research survey shows a majority in support of the proposal, the open survey shows a small majority against the proposal. The petition, on the other hand, shows an overwhelming, well, it's entirely against the proposal. My request to Council is that due consideration be given to the petition in the light that my understanding is that the surveys, both of them, the market research survey and the open survey, really didn't outline fully to the community what were the options. Basically put forward an option of a glamping operation or what we've currently got. There was no real consideration of what we could have, which is a public open space. So my request to Council is basically that you look at the numbers and understand that there's a much stronger number of people against this survey, particularly when you look at a petition, than there are in favour of it. And I don't think the survey, in spite of the comments about it being properly run, actually fully outlined the options available to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Goodwin, for your statement. Victoria Brown, would you like to come down and make your statement or question? Is Victoria Brown here? You've put your name down for question time.
Well,
do you want to make a statement or ask a question?
or both. Both, now that I'm on the spot and anxious. Shit. Statement. I live about 100 metres from the spot you're talking about. I grew up there for the last 30 years. My kids go to the surf club. We go down to that beach. That's where we go. That's what we do all the time. It's so busy. Have any of you been down there on a Friday night or a Sunday morning? There's no parking. We don't go down there because it's so busy. And I feel like that building that would just make me not love my home, what I pay my rates for, where I live, for my family. Oh God, I'm so nervous. Yeah, I think it'd be a real shame to build something that doesn't belong there. The people that live in Quinns love Quinns because it's a quiet coastal town. It's not a epicentre of anything other than families enjoying the beach. Yeah, I don't know. I'd also acknowledge, I don't know who this guy is, but my God, he has interrupted, been rude, shaken his head. Yeah. I could hear your comments to the guy next to you from up there. So,
Thank you. Thank you for your statement, Victoria. Mr. Ken Tasker, would you like to come down and ask a question or give a statement? Are you here this evening?
Thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, councillors and staff, and especially this wonderful group of people that have come up again to speak about this matter. I contacted all the councillors and I'll ask a question at the end, so I'm going to start off with a statement. First of all, I'm going to read something, and it says this: a glamping site is about as far away from being community-minded as you can get. Thanks, Dot Newton, who's in the audience tonight. She wrote that on a Facebook page, and I thought that sort of really sums it up pretty well. First point, I'm going to talk to you about, or ask you about, the history of Lot 211. I believe, and I'm not sure, but I believe that the original concept was for this to be some sort of land transfer for community use. Public open space would sit very comfortably with those forefathers or the holders of perhaps the old pastoral lease or some such thing. They would be very proud that this would be part of a community facility and certainly not part of an exclusive commercial enterprise. And in fact, I don't know of any park in the city of Wanneroo that has got any commercial outlets as such. The second point is, as we all know, we got our rates notice in the letterbox. I, generally speaking, feel that we are well served in the city of Wanneroo. Everybody's rates are always high, whichever municipality there are. So I'm going to ask you, can we spend a little bit of the current lot on not on glamping, but on a public open space? In the budget document that accompanied the rates, it says that the money will be spent on parks and playgrounds, sports facilities, foreshore management, conservation and community facilities. I won't add up all the millions of dollars, but as you know, they're substantial. I would just like some of that pot to be used in all of those things are encompassed by that piece of dirt. Lot 211 encompasses all those aspects of it. The third thing is that there is a document, as you are well aware, and I don't know whether the community are, it's called the Strategic Community Plan. And that, to me, is the blueprint by which council and its officers are guided by. So if I looked at the pages in that, it says, vision to become a welcoming community through local opportunities. Sounds like public open space to me. Purpose, to create a strong community with local opportunities to participate, to be active, to feel secure, contributing and belonging. Also public open space.
Excuse me, Mr. Tasker, you've reached over your 3 minutes. I can give you another 30 seconds because I know you've got a question to ask as well. If you could just keep it brief, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So the last point, I'm sure we know the idiom, where there's a will, there's a way, to get a best outcome. So I'm going to say to you and ask you, will you support the community by and large by saying no to glamping and saying yes to having public open space? And then, if we do really want glamping as a city municipality, subsequently say yes to glamping, but put it somewhere else.
Thank you, Mr. Tasker. Mr. Eric Coates, would you like to come down to the podium and give us your name and suburb you live in? Thank you.
I'm getting there. Let's put the dustbin lids on. Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name's Eric Coates, 18 Grey Gum Crescent, Quinns Rocks. You've already answered the Partham question in the paper, in the documents. Little bit offended by the response, but what I was asking was, has any of the councillors been down to Treg, Mullaloo, to see these facilities on a lovely Sunday or weekend evening? There's all ages, there's all sorts of games, the barbecues a go, and there's even some young people, and not so young people, lying on the grass trying to put their tongues in each other's ears. It's a very, very nice sight. But you don't want that. You don't want that. You want to thrust on us some tents that may look like something the 10th Light Horse Brigade slept in the night before the Battle of Beersheba in 1919. But leaving that to one side, you don't want to have this. You don't want us to have this. But I ask you, why is it in your Wanneroo destination guide, lovely brochure, that the back page, back cover, has a facility that we would desire? Parkland. But you don't want us to have it. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement, Thank you for your statement, Mr. Coates. Mr. Richard Swinnerton, would you like to come and make a statement or question?
Good evening, councillors. My question relates to...
Excuse me, Mr. Swinnerton,
yes?
what suburb do you come from?
I come from Quinns Rocks.
Thank you.
Quinns Road. Just recently, I belong to the Surf Life Saving Club, Quinns Mindari. And, you know, in the last few years, we've made great strides as a club, and recently WA have recognised our efforts by nominating 5 of our members at their Awards of Excellence. And, you know, we ended up winning a couple of those awards. One of them was the Woodside Nipper of the Year program. Now, that takes a big effort from everyone. My concern with your, well, firstly it was parking, but when you sort of proposed that there was going to be sort of a 2-hour window potentially, the difficulty with that is that in order to allow that Nipper program to run, and not only the Nipper program, all the countless volunteer hours that go into that club, people are down there constantly, and you've got all aspects. And the trouble is that me personally, I'm there on a Sunday from 6 o'clock in the morning through to 12 o'clock in the afternoon. I mean, I just don't see how, when that overflow parking all of a sudden becomes, gets taken up, how are even the businesses like, for example, Portofino's, if people might in the back of their mind say, oh, I'd love to go down, I've heard Portofino's is great, but all of a sudden there's no parking space there. They end up having to sprawl half a kilometre down the foreshore or down to find parking. That's the last time those people are going to come and support those businesses. So my question is that how, once again, with the parking, how are we going to sort of, how is it feasible? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swinnerton. Miss Jenny, Mr. Dixon, would you like to, Mr. Singh? Mr. Singh, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. The proposal, if it's supported by council, it requires the proponents to provide parking within their own development site if it is supported by council.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Ms. Tedessa Hutchins. Thank you. Dot Newton, would you like to come and make a statement?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and councillors. Excuse me, voice is going. I live in Wanneroo. Sorry, guys. Queen's Beach belongs to me too. It's my nearest Wanneroo beach. My statement has been changing all night. Last time I stood here, I mentioned the babies born every day. I did some sums on my calculator. 8 babies a day in 21 years is 45,000. Apparently it's more like 5 a day nowadays. People are tightening their belts a bit and can't afford another child, so that's only 38,000. What I'm asking council to do is look to the future. 21 years, the population in this area is going to grow. To not provide a facility, if you don't understand why the community thinks that that should be a park, it's because it's zoned parks and recreation. So why would they not think that? It's not a zoned business. I can't bring myself to call any of that an eco-tourist place. There's no eco about that at all. Just the modifications they're having to make to the design to make it stand up in a strong wind takes it away from being ecotourism. It doesn't matter which dictionary you look at, ecotourism is not what that's proposed to be there. One of the things that the people here have been talking about is the Surf Lifesaving Club. And we've just talked about, or I have, about the babies that are coming along. Of course, they don't all live in Quinns, but that is, if we live in the southern part of the city, that's our nearest beach, that's our nearest Surf Lifesaving Club. Why would we want to go to City of Joondalup or City of Stirling when we have them in our own area? There are only so many parts along our coastline where a Surf Lifesaving Club and a safe swimming beach can exist. So we need to support that area for what it's meant to be, and that's recreational, community-minded, and I personally think that the glamping site will affect those businesses something terrible. It's all very well for an owner to say, oh, we're going to maybe use them to supply goods to us. I'm sorry, I can't see that working. And my question that was read out earlier was along the lines of, you're saying this and you're saying you're going to control that. We all know that leases have been given in the past to various companies and businesses, but to police that is almost impossible, and you will not be able to guide the price that they charge. The fact that they're saying they're going to issue community passes for the community to come in and get a discount, because I'll make sure that there's several thousand people turning up there with asking for a pass if that comes to fruition. I think it's a statement to try and lull everybody into full security, into supporting something that I think is in the wrong place. We have areas of our coast that are zoned tourism. Yanchep and Two Rocks is an ideal place. Move it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Newton. Tony Lee, would you like to come down? You haven't ticked question or statement. Tony Lee? You're not making a statement or question? Thank you. Mitch Arnold, would you like to come down? You've got question and statement.
Can you hear me? Yep. Hi,
Yep.
My name's Mitch and I live in Quinns Rock. My first question is, what happened to September? I thought the meeting was going to be in September. Doesn't matter, don't have to answer that question. I'm going to harp on again about the surf club. I know the surf club, we've heard about the surf club. Everyone keeps going about the surf club, but it is expanding. Currently the facility was designed to hold 650 people. We've got 1,000. As the last speaker said, the population is only going to get bigger. You have to accept the reality that we're going to have to expand at some time, and the adjacent lot to the surf club is the best place to do it. It's not such a big thing to ask to expand a surf club. I know there's other community groups out there. That's perfect. They can jump on board too. They're welcome to use the space. But we do need to think about the future. We are expanding. It is going to happen, so let's just all get on board with it. The viability of a glamping venture is kind of questionable. I think we've made the mistake in the past at the last meeting of trying to question all your guys' reports and pick little holes in the details and stuff like that. The answers always came back, no, it is viable, and it's only for 21 years, then we can get back to normal. Tourism on that site probably ain't going to work. If it was going to work, you would have just stuck with the caravan park. It might sound like I'm having a go at you guys, but I just really want to impress upon you the legacy that you are going to be leaving for this particular site. I mentioned September, the council is going to change. Probably some of you will be leaving. Some of you will be going to other council chambers, you know, more illustrious parts like state parliament, things like that. You want to be going there with a legacy behind your back. Glamping's not the legacy you want to leave. Let's improve this site. Be creative. Don't just do what other councils are doing. Do something better. Don't just preserve the site as it is. Improve on it. Get rid of all the weeds. Get rid of all the cats. Let's make this a great place that everyone can be proud of. Be that the legacy you want to leave. Don't shake your head. I know you can do it. Think tonight if you're going to vote, if you really want to be voting for glamping or if you want to do something exceptional, you've got the chance to do it now and we'll all get behind you.
Thank you, Mr Arnold. We have been going with public question time for 1 hour and 45 minutes, and we're going to take a 5-minute break for occupational health and safety issue with all of our staff to just give them a 5-minute break and a toilet break. Yes! And so we'll be back in the chamber at 8:20 to finish off our questions. Do I have a mover to move? Deputy Mayor Treby, second. Councillor Miles. We'll just halt the meeting. And everyone in favour? Yes.
Yes.
Councillor Baker, Councillor Coetzee and Councillor Nguyen. We need your vote.
Yep.
Got it?
Yep.
Got it. Thank you. If everyone can take their seats, as soon as we're on air, we'll do the motion to resume the meeting. Thank you. Please take your seats. Are we on air yet?
Yeah, we are.
Okay, councillors, can I have a mover to open? What bill? Councillors, I have a mover to open the door, which in Councillor Herridge, and a seconder to open the door, and I declare the meeting resumed at 8:23 p.m. So I have Bill Walker from... Oh, we'll vote to resume. Thank you. Councillor Baker. Thank you. We unanimously resume the meeting. Okay, so I have a Mr. Bill Walker wants to come and ask a question. Is Mr. Walker here this evening? You're right, Mr. Walker. Thank you. I have Claire McAlani. Yes, Claire, if you'd like to come down. Thank you.
Thank you, Lady Mayor, and thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to speak. Thank you also for addressing my questions, reference 3.1 and 3.2, questions of myself and my husband. With respect, their questions were not answered. I would like to draw attention to two significant developments since you began the venture of looking at the caravan park, which has now become glamping. The first is DCC EEW. Excuse me. It came into effect on the 1st of July 2022 by the current federal government. It is headed by the Honourable Chris Bowen and Tanya Plibersek. It is leading Australia's response to climate change. In 2021, there was a report done, The Outlook and Impacts of the Australian State of the Environment. It found that weather events, coastal development and land use, and erosion and inundation of the coastline will be the three greatest threats for this country. It is not just about Wanneroo. This is about Australia. This is not just about what we want to do with tourism. This is about all people. And if the Aboriginal peoples who you consulted with don't care, then they should care, because I care. The second development came into effect on the 1st of July 2023, the Aboriginal Heritage Act 2021. That is a significant step toward achieving equity in relationships between Aboriginal people, industry and government. Those two events happened after the discussions began for the development of this site. It's on limestone and it's crumbling. My greatest concern, whether it becomes community space, whether it becomes a life-saving club, whether it becomes a glamping site, I think that they are irrelevant for us as human beings, for taking care of this land that we're on, for the land that we hold in care for past, present and emerging elders. That is our responsibility. So my question, which you probably can't answer today, but I would like it put on notice, and I would like someone to come back to me and to the good people of Wanneroo to answer that question, is this: will Council please consult with DCC EEW that they review the site so that we can have some sense of comfort that it's not just Wanneroo, it's our country? And will that be done in full? And will the Council guarantee that the Act in its current form, which uses the word may, It doesn't use the word whether it's we think maybe it might be okay, the Aboriginal people of the area, they're not too concerned. No, we've consulted with them. The Act has very different wording. Will Council guarantee that that wording will be scrutinised and followed to the letter under the legislation as it stands as of 1st of July 2023? Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs McElhaney. Mr Dixon, would you like to respond to that question?
Thank you, Mayor. So, firstly, in relation to sea level rise and the impact of climate change in that regard, the City has undertaken a coastal hazard risk management adaptation plan in accordance with the relevant legislation, which looks at the impact of sea level rise and inundation on our city's coastline. And that has been mapped, and that's obviously been taken into consideration as the latest information. That needs to be reviewed every 5 years as further information is provided, but that was given due consideration as part of the proposal, and indeed in any proposal near the coastline. In terms of liaison, in terms of Aboriginal and European heritage, that is a factor that will be taken into consideration at the relevant stage in the proposal. It isn't this stage, but certainly it will be considered as the development, if the development progresses, it will need to be considered.
Thank you. You have had 3 minutes.
Yes, I know, but I haven't had my question answered, which is, will the DCC EEW be consulted, being the National Authority on Climate Change and Coastal Preservation? Because I think they should.
Was that answered through the Climate Adaptation Strategy? Was that part of that, Mr Dixon?
Yes, so my answer to the question is it's not a requirement of a proposal at this stage. If it is a requirement, it's certainly something that will be undertaken by the City at the relevant stage.
Then I think the good
Mr.
people
Dixon.
of Wanneroo might want to do it themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Bill McElhaney, would you like to ask a question? Mr Bill McElhaney? You're fine. Thank you. Mr Luke Sweet.
Yeah, Luke Sweet from Queen's Rocks. I'm just going to start by reading a short statement from my parents, who also live in Queen's Rocks. David and Helen Sweet, they've lived in Queens for 40 years. Queensmindari Beach is Wanneroo's beach. It's the place that all Wanneroo came to swim, fish and boat. Fred Stubbs Park once was a great place to picnic, barbecue and meet up with friends until sadly it washed away in the 90s. Our community does not have an open shared space. Look at what's been achieved at Mullaloo, Scarborough Beach and many other beaches down our beautiful coastline. The old Caravan Park site is a unique location for such a development. A grassed area, a playground, barbecue tables, places for food trucks, a shared pathway and more. And my question is related to that more piece. So there's been a lot of talk tonight, especially in the statements read out about jobs. So I've worked at the Mindari Marina Precinct, which neighbours it. I've been a swim instructor. I've worked at that beach. There's plenty of jobs for young people in our community. There's lots of job opportunities already that exist. But also think about the job opportunities of an open shared parkland. Think about the business owners that will choose to live in this area and bring their businesses and workers and their families along with them. So I guess to more directly state my question for council is, do you know the jobs figures of the proposed glamping resort? Construction jobs, ongoing jobs, and have you looked at what the jobs data would be for an open parkland precinct? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Sweet. Mr Greer, would you be able to respond to that, please?
Thank you, Mayor. In terms of the jobs, we haven't got to that detail because we're still doing all the lease negotiations. So there will certainly be a number of jobs relating particularly to the restaurant and the cafe, and also probably cleaning staff, etc., as well as staff to maintain the grounds. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Jennings. Thank you, Mr Sweet. Ms Jenkins, would you like to come and ask your question or make your statement? Thank you. Okay. Isabel Fraser, do you have a statement you'd like to make?
I'm Isabel Fraser and I live in Mindarie. I have been going to Quinns Beach my whole life, and the beach is a place where me and my friends always use and often go. We often go up to the grassed area after a swim to have a lunch and kick the footy, but on a busy summer day it's hard to find a spot to do this. It would be great to have a more similar space like the grassed area at Wanneroo. I am also a member of the Surf Club, and when you walk into it you can tell it's reaching full capacity with the storage. Would it not be a good place to let an organisation who gives so much back to the community a place to expand and grow? Also, our patrols on the beach are 4 hours. If there is a 2-hour parking limit, how is this going to work? I urge you to please consider what you are taking from the young people in the area and all local residents if you proceed with this development. But it's not only me and my friends, it is upcoming generations that will be using this place. Please don't put the commercial interests of a few before the needs of local residents, the people who are elected to represent. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Fraser. Carolyn Wright, would you like to come and make your statement and ask your question?
Hello. I've worked, excuse me, for a number of years in the events industry and in a busy cafe and hospitality industry. Last year and this year, it's been difficult to find enough staff, basically. I know at the end of last year, there were lots of media stories about hospitality industry staffing shortages. The unemployment rate has plunged more than a lot of economists expected. And we noticed that 2 of our favourite restaurants have closed in Joondalup. So it seems as though, it could be a bit of a risky act to go into a hospitality restaurant function centre type, a new development. My question is, how confident is the City of Wanneroo that this business will be viable, considering that it seems like there's a trend. I don't know if it's unique to the hospitality industry or it's just a general employment trend of staff shortages.
Thank you, Ms Wright. Ms Jennings, would you like to respond to that question?
Thank you for the question. The situation with hospitality has been difficult during the period, particularly with COVID, but we have noticed that certainly those that we're working with at the moment have bounced back somewhat, and it often depends on the offering. We have, as I've said before, a letter from the Tourism WA about this particular style of offering and the confidence that they have given us in this particular one. Plus, we also know the proponent has a successful business elsewhere with a similar sort of model, although it's not exactly the same as what might be here, but similar. So I think we have enough information now to at least start the lease negotiations. And then, as we've also already said, this is a land lease, not a building lease, so there's limit of risk for the actual city. It's actually the proponent that's going to put together the position with the tourism situation. So I think we have a fair bit of information there to be able to make the decision on the first step.
Thank you, Ms Jennings, and thank you, Ms Wright.
I have just a question. It's kind of rhetorical. Who would like to go for a holiday in a suburban, close in the heart of suburbia? A camping holiday in the heart of suburbia.
Thank you.
Anyway,
Thank you for your, I'll take that as a statement. Thank you, Ms. Wright. Would Ms. Stacey like to come down? Thank you, Ms. Stacey.
Hi, I'm Jane Stacey and I live in Graham Road in Quinns Rocks. I have a statement which is similar to probably to what I've said at the previous meeting, and it's not particularly well thought out. It's just more a comment on the whole process of and the vibe of the way this situation sort of playing out. It just, as an observation, it seems that the council, in particular, you, Madam Mayor, are very much, and you have publicly been on the record as being for this proposal going ahead, and the onus is on the people that are not for it, which seems to largely be the community, to say, you know, to ask questions as to why it shouldn't go ahead. I just. My understanding of the way a democratic council should work is that you've all been voted as representatives to represent the community, and we've all read your bios, we voted for you. I voted for you, Madam Mayor, based on the fact that I thought you would listen to the community, irrespective of your personal opinions, whatever interest you may have with the place or the person involved. I don't know, it all seems quite grey to me, but you know, your job is, as paid members of the council, to listen to the community, and I think the community is speaking quite well. I'm absolutely so proud to be a member of this community. I visited Quinns Rocks all my life, and now I live there, and I couldn't be prouder of the people in this room and to be part of that community. And I think what I'm getting from the community, irrespective of a few comments that you've got in writing here from people that are for the proposal, is that they're largely against the proposal. I personally use the area all the time myself. It's very heavily used and a much loved nature area. The ospreys are looking at the nest at the moment. The splendid fairy wrens are all around. It is a beautiful area. It is a very fragile area, and we need those public open spaces with natural bushland and a bit of shade. And there are some substantial trees in that area that do provide some shade. I think it's the perfect place to have a nature kind of playground or something. I would also like to make a comment about eco glamping, eco resort, eco everything. I think it's been completely overused. It's fashionable, it makes it sound more palatable. It's a lot of greenwashing. It is what it is. It's a commercial venture by someone who I can't really find out any information on. The only small amount of information I found out about them doesn't seem to be particularly positive, but I don't know. So that all seems pretty grey. I don't understand why elected members of the council are so keen. I don't understand why you're also for it. It's a mystery, and I don't understand why you don't have to put your voice forward to explain why you're for it. Why do we have to put forward why we're against it? It's weird.
Thank you, Ms. Stacey. And I just want to state publicly on the record my decision for or against this site will be made in my vote this evening, and that's where it will be made. Would Mr. Joel Keenan like to ask a question or make a statement? You've got your name down here, Joel. Thank you.
How you going? My name's Joel Keenan. I'm from Mullaloo. We have our own fight going on with the City of Joondalup at the moment regarding groins on our beach. Now, what we found in the last month was continually, even today, people are still finding out about it. Like the way the City of Joondalup went about telling us about what they were trying to do on our beach is the way you guys are going about it with this. You're keeping it really short, and like these people are only finding out now, and like the movement's getting bigger and bigger. There's more people against this than what's in this room and what's on their Facebook page. Given enough time, like September, you'll find that there's a lot of people against this glamping, you know. Anyway, as a visitor from outside the area, I come to Quinns quite frequently. I have a unique view of this issue, more disconnected than all the residents here. Tom Simpson Park in Mullaloo has been mentioned many times. I think you underestimate the value of a beachfront public open space of that calibre. A world-class beachfront park will bring a lot more tourism to your area than a glamping facility catering to the wealthy. Quinns is not a coastal holiday town anymore, and that's why the caravan park shut down. It seems ludicrous to expect you'll have holiday makers to a residential suburb, as frequently earlier mentioned. As a council, you are here to serve your residents and not visitors to the area. The residents want public open space. You need to vote correctly or risk being voted out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Keenan. I've got Sean Whitehead here. Would Sean Whitehead like to make a statement or question? Thank you.
Sean Whitehead, resident of Quinns Rocks. As you can probably tell with my apparel, I'm a member of the Quinns Mindarie Surf Lifesaving Club as well. I want to congratulate these council members for making a decision of a further 5 years of the swimming closure at Quinns. You've made it, again, a really attractive place for members of the Wanneroo community to come to. Your peers at the City of Joondalup decided to remove a net down in their region. People are coming to us, and they want to come to us because they see it as a safe environment. You've made a great choice, and we all want, I don't think there's a member within this room who doesn't want the young people of Wanneroo to learn to swim and learn to swim well at the ocean, so that they've got a good chance, if things do go wrong, they can survive there. You empower us as lifeguards to help with that. You empower us to try and keep that beach safe. Now, this isn't about the surf club versus the council about where space is. It's about that whole global picture of what happens there. You've made it really attractive for all residents of Wanneroo to come down to Quinns, to come and swim at Quinns, to come and see where we live, and we live in a beautiful spot, to come and get a coffee from Portofino's, to come and get a meal from there. You've made it great, but we're going to look at really, really segmenting an area just for private people to come. We've just won, as one of my colleagues alluded to, the Nippers Programme of the Year for Western Australia. We currently have 300 nippers. We currently have 70 youth members. We currently have over 130 patrolling members. That's only going to get bigger because of that reputation. So we can expect a 10% growth, yet you're removing a 10% of a car park. That's 20%. Where are these people going to go? So that's a statement from me. But on the back of that then, we've got members, and as Richard alluded, he's down there for 6 hours on a Sunday. So a question would be, if you're putting a 2-hour parking in, I presume, and we're getting into semantics here, but I just want an answer on a position on it. If there's 2 hours parking, there's likely to be a negative consequence if he goes over that. Is the council's position that you would put a negative consequence on a volunteer for putting their time in to keep our beaches safe?
Thank you. Thank you,
So
Mr Whitehead.
that was a question.
Mr Whitehead, that hasn't been discussed by council yet, but Ms Jennings, would you like to bring the suggestion of that to do with parking and timed parking at the beach? Or Mr Singh?
Thank you, Mayor. In this year's Capital Works programme, Council has allocated some funding for feasibility of a new car park along Quinns Road. There is a sump site just 300 metres short of Quinns Beach on Quinns Road itself. We are going to look at doing the feasibility on that one to convert that into a parking area that is likely to provide, I just need to refer to my notes, a number of parking bays there.
Okay. Thank you for your response. Could I add a follow-on question onto that? It's 500 metres from the beach. That's a long way to go for somebody who's come in with their young family. That's a long way to go for somebody who's come in who may have forgot something in the car. Is there going to be parking limits on that? And if that is the case, a nippers session lasts 2 hours. Give or take the times at either end, the average person spends 3.5 hours down at a surf club. The average person who goes to the beach spends longer than 2 hours. Are you going to ask parents to leave their children unattended on the beach while they go and move their car? What is the position of the council on that?
Mr. Singh?
Thank you, Mayor. The general walkable catchment is considered to be around 400 metres. So we have, the report lists that the parking area we're proposing is about 320 metres from Queen's Beach.
Right. Thank you. I believe I've got about 20 seconds left. I'll reiterate what's been said. You're all intelligent people. You all represent the city of Wanneroo and you represent it with pride. That's why you sat where you are. Please represent the people of Wanneroo in this decision by looking at what is the best for the residents of the city of Wanneroo. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitehead. At this point in time, we have had 2 hours and 15 minutes of question time this evening, and at the last special council meeting, we had 3.5 hours of questions. So therefore, we will move towards the item 4, the reports. So item 4, SCSO 10823, project update, former Queen's Rocks Caravan Park. We are able to receive questions from council members on this item, and that there is a confidential attachment to this item. Do I have a mover for this item? Councillor Parker. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Herridge. Councillor Parker, would you like to speak to this item?
I would, thank you, Mayor, and thank you. Could I please request in advance to extend my speaking time to 10 minutes?
Yes. Do I have a seconder for that? Yes, Deputy Mayor Treby. Yes, Councillor Baker.
Madam Mayor, I'm just wondering if we could actually move to extend speaking time to the duration of 10 minutes for all elected members.
I'm happy.
Or rather than having 14 separate motions, I mean, really. It's up to you guys.
10 minutes each. That would be 140 minutes. So what's 5 minutes? 5 minutes is a standard.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, would we at the election of the council members?
Just a minute, Mehmet. Yes, I agree with it going up to 10 minutes. So I need a mover and seconder for that. Councillor Berry, seconder Councillor Baker. Can we take that to the vote, please? And that is passed unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Parker, would you like to speak?
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, and thank you to the residents who are attending this evening. I welcome the opportunity to explain why I support administration's recommendation and why I have always supported the redevelopment of the old caravan park site. As briefly as I can, the old caravan site was run down and I saw a health and safety issue and not fit for purpose in any way, shape or form. The park had several old caravans which had become home to mostly elderly permanent residents. In order to start a process of redevelopment, the residents had to be moved. This took years and a great deal of work by the city's administration, but eventually permanent homes were found for the ultimately very happy residents. Moving forward, in 2016, the then sitting council, by absolute majority, agreed to the redevelopment of the caravan park site. The ultimate aim, to find a suitable operator who would invest money into the development of the park and run it entirely independently. There was no appetite or discussion for the city to develop the site in any other form. Administration, as per Council's direction, initiated the tender process. The clearest direction to all potential proponents was that council, in agreement with the local community, wished to stay on the existing footprint. The results and market feedback from the tender process were loud and clear from the caravanning industry. The footprint was far too small to make it financially viable to build a caravan park. However, 2 proponents were identified in the tender process, and the only viable proposal was the ecotourism glamping development by Heritage WA, which is before us this evening. Working with administration and the community feedback, Heritage WA has implemented the important aspects of the redevelopment. The development stays on the footprint. The proponent is happy to allow residents access and use of the foreshore area. The proponent has met with and has shown a willingness to work alongside other local businesses. The proponent would welcome food trucks and encourage and support local social events. The proposal itself is eco-friendly, low impact, and takes climate change and adaptation into consideration. The development strongly aligns with all of the city's economic, tourism, strategic and social strategies adopted by this council. The development has zero impact on local residents. Not one single home looks directly over the
could
site.
Could you please be quiet in the gallery? Sorry, Councillor Parker, could you please be quiet in the gallery and respect the speech and the opinions of the councillor? We do have freedom of speech, and she is allowed to express her rationale for her decision just as much as you have had freedom to express your rationale for your opinion as well. So please be quiet in the gallery. Thank you. Councillor Parker.
The development has zero impact on local residents, of which I am one and have been for 21 years. Not one single home looks directly over the site in any way, shape or form. The site is situated well away from any road and is in fact behind both the surf club, existing parking and Portofino's, resulting in no visual impact or noise to neighbouring homes. The surrounding bushland will absolutely not be encroached upon. The tourism park will have approximately 82 parking bays contained on site for visitors and employees, and as suggested by Heritage WA, has the potential for reciprocal parking to the wider community. Add to that, the city's administration has identified 87 new parking bays in the area, which will be made available for overflow parking when needed, which more than addresses the shortage of parking concerns raised. I believe the glamping aspect of the park will be extremely family-friendly and no doubt a popular destination. Affordability will always be market-driven and would have to be taken into consideration by any proponent. As to the proponent's financial and business integrity, while this has been touched on by administration and confirmed to council as signed, this will again be addressed in further detail in the next steps of the development process, should it go ahead. Creating this and other tourism opportunities within the city will encourage more visitors and tourists to the area and lead to positive effects on the surrounding businesses. This is a well-established economic fact and is fundamental to the growth of any area. As councillors, every one of us has a legal responsibility to represent equally every resident within the city of Wanneroo when making decisions. This is our job. This is what we as councillors take an oath to do and undertake compulsory training to ensure we know, understand and must implement. On going through the results of the independent survey done by Viv Warren Consulting, there is no doubt as to the results and figures as shown. It is a fact that surveys and petitions represent a minority of the wider community, and that percentages shown need to be clearly understood, equally as do the percentages not shown, which I will share with you now. The market research sample proves that only 0.68% or 0.68% of the 215,000 residents in the City of Wanneroo have had their say in the redevelopment of the site. This leaves 99% of residents not having had their say. In the open sample, 3.1% of residents made submissions, leaving 96% not having input or their say. And that is their right. Residents do not have to take part in surveys. It is not their responsibility to make decisions. As councillors, we are charged with making responsible and informed decisions for what is the largest and fastest growing city in the Perth metro area. And councillors cannot and must not underestimate this. Decisions made by councillors must be based on intergenerational equity and equality and apply both across the entire City of Wanneroo. I am aware of alternative uses that have been identified by a group of local residents. There is no budget allocation for any alternative uses at the site for the next 20 years. And certainly, this site would not be of high enough priority to be added to that budget, given the much needed and already promised delivery of community facilities across the city, from Girraween in the south to Turox in the north, and now the emerging development of East Wanneroo. Leaving the site as is not a consideration. The current proposal for the site will be a leased agreement with Heritage WA for an initial period of 20 years. Heritage WA, and not the city's ratepayers, will be responsible for all costs associated with the development of the proposal, including infrastructure. The city will be paid a lease amount and, importantly, will maintain ownership of the asset going forward. Keeping the city's residence rates as low as possible is always Council's aim and must be at the forefront of decisions made. Identifying and supporting opportunities to fund the city's future development without relying, as we do now, on residential rates is imperative. Economic development is vital for the City of Wanneroo, and key to this. Tourism within the City of Wanneroo creates huge opportunities for growth, much needed employment, and hospitality training. Encouraging visitors to the city and showcasing the 32 kilometres of coastline and stunning national parks, while offering diverse accommodation, catering for all different experiences, is a wonderful opportunity. Tourism alone brought in $430 million to the City of Wanneroo last year. Ecotourism and glamping worldwide is growing in popularity. The city, through Heritage WA, has an opportunity to share in that experience. I consider myself extremely blessed to live in Quinns Rocks and love where I live. I am, however, acutely aware of the millions of dollars of ratepayers' funds that have been spent on Quinns Beach and surrounds and will have to continue to be spent in this area, safeguarding residents going forward because of climate change and erosion. I am crucially aware that chambers are tonight filled with local residents, and I take this opportunity to state very clearly, more residents' rates are allocated to the 1 kilometre of the Quinns Beach Road area from the surf club to the dog beach than anywhere else in the entire City of Wanneroo. Having an opportunity to share this beautiful area in a totally different way, be it for weddings, 21st birthdays, engagements, conferences, breakfast at the on-site cafe, or a picnic on the grass, is, in my opinion, a privilege and another reason I am supporting the recommendation. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a procedural motion, 7.6, to adjourn the meeting for up to 15 minutes, just for this evening, for councillors to get more clarity on a potential proposed amendment that's going to come before council.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that procedural motion? Councillor Berry. So we will cast our vote to returning at 9:16, but first of all we cast our vote. Councillor Nguyen, you haven't voted, and Councillor Parker, you haven't voted yet. Yes. Carried. We have 9 for and 5 against. Those against were Councillor Treby, Councillor Rowe, Councillor Civic, Councillor Miles, Councillor Herridge. Those for were myself, Councillor Nguyen, Councillor Wright, Councillor Huntley, Councillor Berry, Councillor Parker, Councillor Coetzee, Councillor Baker and Councillor Smith. So we will return to the chamber at 9:15. Councillors, please take your seats. Can I have a motion to close the adjournment, please? A mover, Councillor Berry, seconder, Councillor Herridge. Could we please vote to cease the adjournment, please? Councillor Rowe, Councillor Civic, Councillor Miles and Councillor Coetzee. Civic, and we unanimously resume the meeting. We also need a vote to allow our councillors to speak for 10 minutes if they choose to. Do I have a mover? Councillor Berry, seconder, Councillor Baker. Councillors, can we cast our vote on the procedural motion to do that? Cast your vote. That's unanimous. And that is unanimous. Councillor Herridge, would you like to speak to the item as a seconder? Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. I'm seconding this item tonight for the purpose of debate and subsequently an outcome. To follow on from Councillor Parker and in thanking our administration team in presenting again a well-documented report, I'd like to take a few minutes to remind ourselves how we got here and of the role we have before us in considering this item. As an elected member, we have three things to consider in casting our vote: the report and recommendation before us, our ratepayers and residents whom we all represent as a whole, and the responsibility we have to the business of the City of Wanneroo. They are all of equal importance and one should not outweigh the other. Between 2014 and 17, consultation, investigations and 2 working groups were formed. A councillor and community group, both in the name of Quinns Rocks Caravan Redevelopment Working Group, both for the purpose of the redevelopment of Lot 211 as a family tourist and/or an eco-retreat precinct. Each decision made at Council since has been unanimous to progress the tourism park of this site at each touchpoint. During this time, support was from both Council and the locals in progressing if kept on the existing footprint. In 2021, an expression of interest was sent out to market as a result of the year's work prior. The EOI sought business interests to develop a low-impact, environmentally sensitive tourism accommodation site. The result of that process is now being presented before us. It's important to note today, right now, is only the very beginning of the next phase, and we will at least have the item before us again a number of times before any final decision is made. This current EOI process with the City of Wanneroo business in mind cannot be ignored. We could possibly jeopardise future business opportunities and relationships should we not follow through on such a process. To allay some of the mixed messaging, the land identified for development is not being lost and the bush forever is secure. Private development sought was of a low impact and eco in nature. There is no intense development set for the beachfront or the foreshore is not being lost. In contrast, the land is being improved and the opportunity will be reliant on public use. Should the business not be viable in future years, the land is owned by the city and will be in a more serviceable state after. We also do already have a number of active beachfront spaces along our coastline, from Quinns to Yanchep. This includes 10 directly on the coast with a further 2 proposed. The space alone of the beach house is just north of Jindalee at Jindalee Park. So let's not forget these places when we talk about the Mullaloos of the City of Wanneroo. Let's remember a councillor's vote is their voice. It is up to each as an individual if we wish to say more than that and should not be felt pressured by any means to do otherwise. A no vote today does not mean something simply can be placed on the site. A no vote will see council disregard the past 10 to 12 years' progress and place Lot 211 in limbo. We would be negating the work of all of our staff, past council resolutions, collaboration with the community and the ratepayer funds that have been invested to this point and the EOI process. A yes vote today is to the obligation in seeing the EOI process through, progressing to land lease negotiations and further discussion, which in turn will provide answers to all remaining community concerns. A yes vote is simply for the beginning of the next steps to see a positive and mutually beneficial outcome for everybody. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Herridge. Councillor Smith, do you have an amendment?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I do. I would like to put forward an amendment.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Berry. Have we got it on the projector? Councillor Smith, can you confirm that that is your amendment as written on the screen, please?
Yes, it is. Thank you. Is it possible to have it now go to one page so I can talk and explain the changes?
Can we split it to the team? Can they hear that? No, bigger, not smaller. Yeah, they're just adjusting.
Thank you. The changes that are, the amendment that I am putting forth tonight has a few changes. They are highlighted in blue and underlined, and I'll talk through each one of them very briefly. In 2B, it talks about the subdivision, and what that change actually proposes is that we advocate to the minister that the land actually be classed as Class A. It's currently Class C, and so this would help ensure that there's more protection for that bushland. And I think that's a great thing, more protection for that bushland. The next one, C, continues to work with the Queens Mindarie Surf Life Saving Club in relation to supporting the club's current and future needs, including developing a facilities plan. I'll talk more about this later as well, but councillors received email from the Peak Surf Life Saving Club talking about the desperate need for more room and space and planning for Queens Mindarie, which has been not addressed for quite some time. So by putting this facilities plan in there, it gives structure and a guide that we will work towards addressing their needs. In 3, we have that the lease will include provisions ensuring community access. This is a key point which many people have been concerned about the level of restriction might be from the business being on the land. And so we are looking to have in writing a degree of access for the public. Thank you. In 5, we have that all submissions received in response to the local public notice will be shared in the report to the public, which is the text. They will remain anonymous, and anything that it would exclude anything confidential and commercial sensitive information. How this adds is that it adds transparency for the community to see how the community is being engaging from the notice. Next one, please. 7, notes before the city signs in its capacity as freehold landowner of Lot 211, Quinns Road, Mindarie, a development application under item 6, the draft development application and supporting documents will be presented to the council for comment prior to formal submission to the West Australian Planning Commission. This differs because council normally doesn't have this ability. We do this time because we're the landowners, and it's normally delegated to the CEO to do this, but because it's such a controversial item, we actually want to see how the draft might have evolved over time, and so that can come back to council. That empowers council to have a better knowledge of what's going on before it goes on to the Planning Commission. Number 8, requests administration following the outcomes of the above resolution. Sorry, this is 8 was supposed to be struck, so I apologise. I was looking at 7, so we are happy to strike 8 from this, and we'll bring that at a future meeting. Thank you.
I'm very happy to delete item 8. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
The master plan. No, I believe I've explained what the changes are. I'm mindful of time, and I will pass to the seconder now. Thank you.
Councillor Berry You can speak to this now.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's not a lot more I can really say to this item that Councillor Smith hasn't gone through. We spent some time considering actually, you know, in our opinion, improving the recommendation before council tonight. That obviously will get voted on at some point. So thank you very much, everybody, for the adjournment, and thank you to the members in the gallery for allowing us to have that slight adjournment. And hopefully we can now continue the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Berry. Do I have any speakers against the amendment? Councillor Nguyen.
Questions. At number 3, the lease to include provision ensuring community access. Can you explain what that means?
Councillor Smith, would you like to respond to that, because that's part of your amendment?
Yes, thank you for the question. So it's about clarifying, so the proponent has been responsive to the community's consultation and their desire for some access to the land, whether it's picnics in the front or concerts or things like that, or if it's yoga. Having it in writing allows us to clarify and advocate on the city's behalf what we want and negotiate with that, and then have in writing that secures anything that is agreed upon. So we are very clear on what access that the public would have, time of day, things like that.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor
Further
Nguyen.
question. A lease, as some of you may be aware, grants exclusive right to a tenant. So any access, I assume, would be very limited.
Councillor, Mr. Greer, could you respond to that, please?
Thank you, Mayor. The level of access that the lease provides, yes, a lease by definition involves exclusive possession, but many leases exist where public access, community access, customer access is essential to the viability of the business that operates under that lease. Just as a number of examples, the city has leases with cafe and hospitality operations. Those businesses provide for public access. They rely on it. In this case, what the proponent has indicated, it's noted in attachment 1 to the current report, is a support for ensuring public access and actually seeing the public as, again, essential to their business. The proposed amendment it appears, would simply seek to formalise that through the lease, noting that administration hasn't yet been able to negotiate with the proponent, so the final terms would be worked out through that negotiation.
Thank you. Councillor Nguyen, do you have another question?
Yes, just further on that. I note on the proposed lease term on page 18, community access in the paragraph, note on there has been deleted. Can you please explain why community access paragraph has been deleted?
Thank you, Mr. Greer.
Thank you, Mayor. The information was moved to attachment 1. There's now, so previously there was information in the report, and then as that was to the special council meeting on 20 June. In moving to the current meeting, a lot of additional information has been provided, but to assist the community with being able to see where changes have been made, the changes were in part in bold and italics and strike-throughs in the report, but for a larger part were moved to attachment 1, so those could be seen.
Thank you, Mr. Greer. Do you have another question, Councillor
Just
Nguyen?
on attachment 1, where it's got one sentence explaining community access to the site. It reads, it is anticipated that public access to the proposal will be 7 days a week, except to the extent that a booked function requires the entire venue. So that's the restriction imposed on public access. So that means the public has to check a website.
Councillor Nguyen, you're actually speaking against the item. Are you asking a question, or otherwise I'll have to declare or rule that you're speaking against the item and this is part of your response to the amendment? Are you asking a question? Please ask the question.
So is community access restricted to simply when it's not fully booked out.
Mr Greer.
Thank you, Mayor. There's probably 2 points to note in response to that. Firstly, as I've indicated already and is noted in the report, administration in the city has been unable to formally negotiate and so hasn't been able to conclude terms with the proponent, the lessee. But secondly, the response in attachment 1, as the heading slightly above the paragraph you're referring to indicates, is a preliminary response from the proponent subject to negotiation. So if council resolved to proceed, it would then be the stage of, I guess for want of a better term, tying down those points, actually formalising the drafting that would provide for the access and putting that into the lease.
Thank you, Mr Greer. Do you have another question, Councillor Nguyen?
I do. What is the area intended to be available for community access?
Mr Greer.
Thank you, Mayor. There's probably going to be several areas. There's a lawn area, which the proponent has commented on at the section in attachment 1 that you're referring to, but also in some of the further sections. There is also a cafe and function area that will be accessible to the public, and so will also have a public element. And then finally, there's its accommodation, which, yes, that's more likely to be simply available for people booking to stay in the tents, in the glamping tents, but there's a level of public access there. So I suppose it depends on the nature of the part of the facility, the venue that's being used.
Thank you, Mr Greer. Do I have speakers against this amendment? Councillor Nguyen, do you want to speak against this amendment?
I do.
Okay.
The amendment, while I understand the intent behind it, does not change the overall result for or does it reflect the will of the people? The amendment doesn't change the recommendation at all, so that's why I don't support the recommendation or the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Nguyen. Do I have a speaker for the amendment? Councillor Miles?
Yeah, just a clarification on 7. Just up there, just as a process thing for me, it says that supporting documents will come back to council. I have no problem with that. Before council for comment prior to formal submission to the West Australian Planning Commission. Is it the Commission or is it JDAP?
Mr Dixon?
Because it's within a reserve, any development application will need to be referred to the West Australian Planning Commission for determination.
Thank you, Mr Dixon. Do I have any speakers for this item? Councillor Baker?
Just a question, just by clarification once again, just on a procedural matter. If this amendment is passed, that's not the end of the matter, then there has to be another motion which reads that the motion as amended be agreed to. So there will be a second debate and a second motion.
That has already been moved and seconded, and it will be the substantive mover and seconder.
Just to clarify that for members of the public. That's
yes.
All. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Do I have any other speakers for the amendment? If I have no more speakers for the amendment, do I have any speakers against the amendment? If I have no speakers against the amendment, councillors, could you cast your vote for the amendment, please? And the amendment is passed, 13 councillors supporting, 1 against, which is Councillor Nguyen. We now go to the substantive as amended. Do I have any speakers against the substantive as amended? Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've been holding my fire, I tell you what. I wish to speak against the administration's recommendation, even with the minor amendments that have been inserted, in the hope that it will be voted down. There was to have been an alternative motion, but unfortunately it seems to have disappeared. In my mind, the issues and principles in play regarding this recommendation are quite simple in the final analysis, if one can only see the wood for the trees. At present, as we are sitting here this evening, and arguably since the early 1960s, Lot 211 has been zoned as, in inverted commas, regional reserve - public parks and recreation. Further, the MRS has it zoned as regional open space, also known as public open space, also known as community open space. The obvious key words in the zoning descriptions I've referred to in priority are the words public, followed by open, followed by park, and lastly space. I take no issue with paragraphs 1 and 2 of the recommendation. In fact, Councillor Smith's amendment to recommendation 2 to give greater protection status to the bush forever parts of the bush, a great idea. But paragraphs 1 and 2 are largely, in my view, not the gravamen of the motion. The gravamen is this issue of glamping tents in a public open space park. In short, the amendments that have been proposed in any event only seek to further protect the remnant bushland and vested in the state of West Australia as a conservation reserve. The proposed agreement to lease or lease to build and the lease proper are obviously leases. As with any commercial lease, or for that matter, any residential tenancy agreement, the lessee or tenant has the right to the exclusive use, occupation and enjoyment of the leased premises or leased area comprised in the lease. Also, they can exclude members of the public, tenants, lessees, members of the public from entering upon leased premises or any part of the area of the leased premises, or they can also prevent people from remaining in the leased premises after being directed to leave by either the lessee or the tenant. In fact, save for certain emergency-style circumstances and also circumstances where the lessor has given a prescribed period of notice to the lessee to enter upon the land for a prescribed purpose, such as inspecting the land to make sure the tenant's doing the right thing, etc., save for those powers, the lessee has the right to exclude even the lessor from entering upon the land and even the lessor's invitees. This is the nature of a lease. This is what differentiates a lease from a mere licence agreement. These lessee rights are much greater than the rights of a licensee under the terms of a mere licence, not lease, to enter or remain upon a licensed area. As such, if and when the two proposed lease agreements are executed by the city and the developer, the current rights as we sit here tonight over this block of land, about this block of land, the current rights that residents have to enter upon Lot 201 will be essentially extinguished for at least up to 21 years. As such, the public use purpose of Lot 201 will be in name only and a complete furphy. Once again, please see the wood for the trees. The extinguishment of residents' rights to use their own public open space will not in any way be remedied by rubbery clauses in the lease, such as saying, oh, well, look, we're open to providing a variety of activities to the public, or we'll try and use our best endeavours to allow some access to the lawned area of the premises, or, yeah, we can work through these public use issues in due course, subject to them not impacting upon the financial viability of business, or, yeah, we'll talk about it later, yeah, we'll discuss public access later. I mean, if there was to be public access, that's if the lease proceeds, I'll be speaking further, just the mere public access rights to the public clauses and pages would have to run for about 4 or 5 pages and have very tight definitions and clauses and what have you. As any first-year wet behind the ears young lawyer knows, it's possible to drive 4 semi-trailer trucks with 4 trailer dogs attached sidewise through rubbery clauses of the kind I've just mentioned. It's dead set easy. Blind Freddie could do it. Such motherhood-style clauses in the lease cannot paper over the fact that the public and local residents will lose their long-held inalienable rights of access to, in and through Lot 211 if the lease is further advanced and signed. I have other concerns about the development proposal. One obvious one is the capital cost contribution. We're told in page 17 of the agenda that the developer's capital contribution cost will be $6 million. Yet at page 93 of the agenda, when dealing with the praxis analysis, it makes reference to a capital cost of $27 million. There's a huge difference. That gap has still not been explained to me. The figures are self-inherently contradictory. Now, in terms of the community consultation results, and Councillor Parker has spoken on this, simply look at page 152 of the agenda and the true analyses of the true figures. Most people in the city of Wanneroo, upon my reading of the figures, and it's borne out in the figures, you know, you can play games with statistics, I think you know that, going back to how you phrase the questions and how you put together the numbers. Most people are not miffed one way or the other. Most people. Park or glamping or tourism, they're not miffed. But obviously those who are likely to be greatly impacted by this development if it proceeds, the local residents, absolutely they're staunchly opposed. They want to turn this area into a beautiful, modern, park that people, look, forget Tom Simpson Park, forget Jim Clarko Park. This park will be much better than those parks. As to the statement that we don't have the money in the budget, we regularly change and review our 20-year financial plan, our capital works projects, the same with our 5-year projects. And I've watched it so many times in the past. We're told we don't have the money, we can't find the money. And then all of a sudden, oh, we've found the money. We will find the money. We will find the money, by hook or by crook. The other thing is that, that I think we should take into account is that we've got to consider our true employees sitting here, sitting at home watching on live streaming, and perhaps those people who aren't even participating because they're not aware of the fact that this discussion is being held tonight. And it's a pity, I might add as well, that the developer, neither the developer or a representative of the developer, Mr Percival, has attended tonight or on the last occasion, the last special council meeting, dealing with the same agenda item back in June this year. He could have asked questions, answered the questions, and he could have made statements and commitments that would be on the record, recorded in the transcript, so that later on, when the lease negotiations have reached the critical stage of what public access will be permissible, would have it in writing that he represented to us as an inducement to enter into those negotiations that there would be free and unfettered access to public access to the site, just in the same way as there is as we sit here tonight. That's the real issue. Your rights, your inalienable rights to access your public open space in your suburbs on the coast. This coastline is a beautiful coastline. There's no issue whatsoever. And with the very expensive shark-proof barrier, which obviously we need, definitely, over $1 million plus the maintenance costs, well worth it, well worth it. It makes it probably, well, this arguably the safest beachline stretch within that area on the coast. And it's patrolled by, reputable leading surf lifesavers. During the week, as I understand, it's Lifesaving WA that does the patrolling. And the other factor too, as has been mentioned with the surf club, sure, this 21-year lease, if ultimately agreed to, won't stitch up the space of the land forever. Sure, but it's likely within that 21-year period that the 21-year initial term will be extended by another 21 years. And the other point is for the club to have to literally wait 21 years to expand its premises proper, storage facilities, etc., a deck, extended bar area downstairs, or even moving upstairs, with the numbers in the city of Wanneroo going through the roof, exploding, you can't simply put it on ice for 21 years. It's right, so look, we'll work with you, and we all might say, well, what does that mean? What's the commitment? We will work with you and discuss this. What does that mean? What does it mean? You could work with and discuss, but unfortunately, 5 years later, no, we didn't get anywhere. Those discussions were not fruitful. I'm sorry, I apologise. 5 years into a 21-year term, when you're stuck with it. So what I'm asking tonight is that the residents, my fellow elected members, support the people, not the developer, support the residents, not the developer, support the people who pay our wages and the staff wages of employees of the city, not the developer, support those people. They know what they're talking about. They live and breathe Wanneroo. They're pro-Wanneroo, they're pro-public open space, and they know that they want to protect the most beautiful coastline, after Yanchep, of course, in the city of Wanneroo. And I'd also ask you to just bear in mind the true history here. There was a bloke called, obviously, John Wilberforce Clarkson. And we heard from his great-granddaughter at the last council meeting. What I'm asking my fellow elected members to do tonight is to support the intent and wishes of the very generous, late and great John Wilberforce Clarkson to keep this unique parcel of land safe by keeping it in the hands of the people and the families of the city of Wanneroo for public use in perpetuity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Do I have a speaker for the item as amended? Councillor Rowe.
Yes, Mayor, I won't take up too much time because I'm conscious of time. Of course, I will support this amendment because it has been co-supported by the ward councillor representative. So for me, myself, that says a lot. I do want to explain my decisions briefly in the time that I'm allocated because one of the main pieces of feedback that I received via email, and I read every single email that I got, was that you wanted us to explain our position. in tonight's meeting. So I will do that in the time that has been allocated for me. First and foremost, to note that Council doesn't take this decision lightly. You may know that geographically my ward is the furthest away from Quinns Rocks. I live in the suburb of Girraween, and because of this distance, I felt a greater sense of responsibility to listen, learn and make an informed decision. You also may recall that last June I was the only councillor who voted against the amendment on this item. I explained my reasons at the time, which was a need to complete the car park study and ensure any development did not exceed beyond the footprint of the site. Since this time, both of these concerns have been looked into and are reflected in the report in tonight's meeting. Over the past 12 months, I have attended 2 residents' meetings in Quinns Rocks, and I have also attended 2 meetings of the Council Working Group as an observer. I'm not a delegate on that committee. I have attended in my own time to try and make sure I had an informed view on the issue. At the first resident meeting, discussion focused on, and this is the resident meeting, not the working group, discussion focused on protecting the bushland, the durability of the glamping tent structures, and potential objections from local businesses. At the second resident meeting, concerns raised included potential cost of the accommodation, community access to the site, and traffic pressures on available car parking. Reflecting on all of these concerns, I acknowledged what had been told to me by the residents and awaited the special council meeting, I think it was last month or the month before. The community engagement and council agenda was released, and it showed agreement in principle from some of the surrounding businesses, such as Portofino's, who had spoken with the proponent, that the proponent was willing to consider more affordable room rates and a structured tiered system in terms of accommodation fees, commitment to allow community access to the lawn area and place activation, efforts to protect the bushland as significant priority in any future decision, and a compromise to strengthen the durability of the glamping structures. And subject to that meeting afterwards, Council also had its annual budget where we adopted and had funding set aside for a feasibility study into additional parking options. Preparing for tonight's meeting, I had to ask myself whether there was sufficient evidence to progress to lease with the proponent. Many of the remaining concerns, I believe, can and should be addressed in a draft lease document that will have to be publicly advertised, and as the amendment and the original recommendation even indicated, must come back before Council for our comment on the matter. I've always tried to maintain that this decision shouldn't be presented as a binary between those who are in support of private development and those who are in support of public open space. It's been somewhat disappointing in some of the conversations that I've had where people have indicated to me that they regret their support of me or they are disappointed in me. I take those comments very seriously, and I can assure you the last 6 months have not been easy as this process has unfolded, as in the same way I respect that it hasn't been easy for any of you. It is a complex issue that has stemmed from years of investigation, from the decommissioning of a caravan park, which by my understanding, I believe, was private for profit. Am I correct in saying that? It was private for profit. I know it was affordable accommodation, but it was private for profit caravan park, to a business case that focused on a tourist park accommodation, to an expression of interest that attracted 2 proposals, one of which was deemed unviable. For these reasons, I am supportive of the amendment that has been pushed forward and now the substantive as amended by Councillor Smith and by the Ward Councillor, Councillor Berry. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Do I have a speaker against this item? Councillor Berry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got one question, if I could, to start with before I speak to the item. Can we just clarify where the parking charges of 2 hours or whatever it is that's just been said has suddenly appeared from? Because none of us were aware that there was suddenly going to be 2 hours of parking restrictions around Quinns.
That hasn't been brought to Council yet, but Mr Singh?
Thank you, Mayor. I think the 2 hours which you mentioned it's in the parking study report, which mentions that we identify during parking study there are certain instances up to 2 hours when the parking reaches 100% capacity. That's the issue which has been highlighted in the parking study report. There's no parking prohibitions as such mentioned.
Thank you. Councillor Berry, do you wish to speak against this item?
I do, thank you, Madam Mayor. So tonight, I'd like to start by saying thank you to all the city admin staff for the hours of work put into this project to date. I'd also like to thank the proponent for his interest in wanting to invest in having a business within the city of Wanneroo. The design is appealing and has obviously taken time to prepare, although I do note the design has changed again since the last meeting and will probably change again. Most of all, I want to thank the residents and community for their interest in this site. In the last couple of months, all councillors, including up until this morning, have been receiving many emails and communication from concerned, worried residents that rely on us to listen. I have received countless messages and phone calls and thank everyone for their engagement. At the ordinary council meeting held on the 12th of July 2022, numerous questions were received and asked from residents, and again at the special council meeting on 20th of June 2023, numerous residents attended and asked questions and made statements to make us all aware of the community sentiment. On the 22nd of September 2020, a resident petition was presented to council containing 1,148 signatures. And a few weeks ago, another petition was presented to council containing 1,502 signatures from concerned residents within the city of Wanneroo, not just Quins, that use the local beach. This is the last piece of land available along Quins Mindari foreshore for community open space. I want to emphasise again, the petitions were not just signed by locals living near the site, but many across the city who visited the beach over many weeks. When Council initially discussed this site back in November 2012, Council resolved to operate Quins Caravan Park as a typical modern caravan park. Nothing about this proposal resembles a typical modern caravan park. I'll move to the EOI, which was advertised between the 26th of August 21 and 8th of October 21. As we've heard, we received 2 submissions. Noting Heritage WA submission was received late. These being the only 2 submissions were presented to us at council at the time, a time that tourism and investment in tourism was uncertain due to the impacts of COVID-19. In the years of community consultation, community engagement, surveys and having working groups, at no point to my knowledge has the community ever advised or indicated acceptance of a commercial development whose primary business was described at the council meeting in July 2022 as targeted at wedding accommodation and was offering glamping tents. The proposal does not remotely align to what the community advised they would like over several years. I think it's well known the community 100% accept the site cannot remain as it is, accommodating to anything that met with the idea of a typical modern caravan park. The area of Quins and Mindari already has venues that accommodate weddings. We, the City of Wanneroo, own Mindari Community Centre, where council receives payment for venue hire and is used on many occasions for weddings. The proposal does indicate it will allow public community access to enjoy custom-built restaurant and enable community to enjoy afternoon jazz, piano, acoustics, unless there's a private function. Given the primary business is wedding and functions with accommodation, the community are right to be highly concerned regarding accessibility to them. If there is no weddings or events, the business model would not be sustainable. And locals are highly unlikely to go and just sit and listen to jazz piano and then book a glamping tent. I myself took the opportunity to call one of the proponents' current business operations, the Buckland Estate in Northam. On calling, I was told weddings took priority, and I could be assured my photos would not have random people, only my guests, as access would be fully restricted. This is no different to what we have already been told. However, I asked this last July when it first came to council, and at that point I was told availability was February 2023. This is great for the proponent, his business model's clearly working, but if it happens at the former Quins Caravan Park, this would exclude the community at peak weekend and peak season times. In the report tonight, let's not forget he's advised he hopes to hold 1 to 3 events per week in peak season. Also in the report tonight, he's anticipated that large events would mainly take place in the afternoon. An assumption has been made that local families would want to use the area in the morning before the heat of the day and sea breeze. Well, for any brides out there, I'm sure you'd agree, you would not want to cook in a wedding dress in the heat of the day, and you probably prefer your hair for the photos not to be blown out of place by the afternoon sea breeze. I believe the proponent genuinely wants to operate a business within the city, but do not believe this is the right location, as for the businesses to succeed, the community access would have to be restricted. Given this is a unique tourism offering to the city, it would be beneficial in my mind to look at alternative sites as indicated in the alternative tonight provided to council. The proponent submitted a statement at the start of the last council meeting, and he started with he'd been the preferred proponent for the tender nearly 18 months ago, but it didn't come to council until July 2022, an exaggeration of several months. The proponent also advised that there is now a very strong team of partners for the project, which I actually read with concern, as this indicates when the EOI was presented, the financial backing and team of partners was lacking. Also in that statement was a claim that the proponent was the preferred developer in the glamping industry for the state government in WA. I cannot find anything about preferred glamping developers for the WA state government and wonder if this is another exaggeration. I can find preferred suppliers for vehicles, stationery, building, hospital supplies, but certainly not glamping. On doing my own research, I have to query some of the statements he's made. Council is aware of the concerns of the Quins Mindarie Surf Lifesaving Club regarding their need to expand and cater for a growing club membership. Catalina Mindarie and surrounding suburbs continue to expand, and residents want to join Quins Mindarie Surf Lifesaving Club. With this club growth comes significant space challenges in terms of equipment, storage, training areas, and inside space for activities on rainy days. If this proposal goes ahead, the club is left with nowhere to expand. They are one of the largest, most successful clubs that assist the city every year monitoring the safety of beachgoers that are attracted to our local Quins Beach due to the presence of the safe swimming enclosure. These facilities are used by the whole of the city of Wanneroo, not just the local Quins community. We have been led to believe the other 2 clubs in Wanneroo, being Alkimos Surf Lifesaving Club and Yanchep Surf Lifesaving Club, will assist with the growing demands for club membership. But these clubs also exist within the city of Wanneroo, one of the fastest growing local government areas in Australia, with around 8,000 new residents a year joining our community. The demand for membership to all 3 clubs and the demand for the services they provide in beach safety will continue to grow with population growth. The Quins Mindarie Surf Lifesaving Club does not believe their membership applications will decrease over time. They are expecting significant increases in applications, as confirmed in the letter we have received from Surf WA. All the Surf Lifesaving Clubs and Surf WA meet with the city on a regular basis, and as far as I'm aware have indicated their growth requirements to both the Mayor and CEO. In regard to Quins Mindarie Surf Lifesaving Club, if they cannot expand due to this proposed development taking the only identified usable space available to them, we need to consider the cost to provide additional new fit-for-purpose surf club, adequate space, and the impact this will have on ratepayers. I'm not sure how much it would cost to build a new surf club compared to adding an additional club room. The recent survey conducted advised it could be relied upon and extrapolated to provide council confidence in results. I don't intend to quote all the survey. But this same survey captured only 2 in the youth category and cannot possibly be relied upon as representative of the youth of the whole of the city of Wanneroo. Surveys, as we all know, can be framed in their questions to provide results. The last meeting saw 71 residents attend, voicing their concerns and objections. Council at that meeting received a statement in support. If we extrapolate that and the attendance tonight, we get an overwhelming result that indicates little to no support for the development of Lot 211. I have never seen a council chamber so full, and I certainly saw that again last month. We are all elected to represent the interests of...
Councillor Berry, we've hit 10 minutes. Do you wish to extend? You're capped, the standing order's capped at 10 minutes. How much longer have you got?
Probably another 5 minutes, but I am the only one councillor in my ward, and all other wards have got the opportunity for two to speak.
I understand that, but we have taken a vote to cap every councillor to 10 minutes, and your 10 minutes is 17 seconds. Just a minute, we'll have a look at the standing orders to see if we can allow you to speak longer.
Thank you. Yeah, I can shorten it. I'll go straight to coastal erosion.
Madam Mayor, Councillor Berry can have my 5 minutes.
No, you can't trade your 5 minutes. I'm sorry. Item 5.8, Section 4 says a member may only speak on a motion or an amendment or reply for a period of 5 minutes unless an extension of time is granted by council by a simple majority without debate, but it is not to exceed 10 minutes in total. You've had 10 minutes and 17 seconds.
Just a point of clarification, Madam Mayor, if I can, please, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Baker.
The following, the standing order after the one you just read says in paragraph 5, the council may suspend the operation of this clause during the debate on a motion. So I move that there be a further suspension of what was agreed to being the 10-minute extension, and that Councillor Berry be given an extra 5 minutes to speak. I rely upon standing order 5.8, subclause 5, which overrides the clause you just stated.
Just a minute. Thank you, Councillor Baker. The only way this can be extended is under procedural motion 7.1, item F, that the limitation on member speaking to be suspended or that limitation to be resumed, but that would only be for Councillor Berry, and I would have to have a mover for that procedural motion and a seconder. A mover, Councillor Smith, seconder, Councillor Huntley. So therefore, under procedural motion 7.1 F for Councillor Berry only, can we vote on whether that procedural motion is passed or not? And that is for an extension of 5 minutes only. And that's carried unanimously. Councillor Berry, you have an additional 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'll miss some of this out, and I'll go to why we should even consider community open space, and I'll try and talk more quickly. It's gone off again. We've heard from many residents and received 2 petitions asking council not to support the proposal. We've heard from the Quins Environmental Group regarding their concerns, and they feel public open space would benefit the wider community with minimal risk to adjoining bushland. We've heard from Quins Mindari Surf Lifesaving Club. We've heard from the Surf Lifesaving WA. But there is an unintended consequence I feel council need to consider very seriously if this development is permitted on lot 211. Residents of Quins will sadly end up with no space as Fred Stubbs Park is not sustainable into the future for council to maintain. The Western Australian government released the Climate Adaptation Strategy Building WA's Climate Resilient Future towards the end of July 2023. So within the last fortnight, this report's been released, and it's already experiencing the impacts of climate change, and that the science is clear. Western Australia's climate has changed and further change is inevitable. I mention this as the city have a coastal management predictions that are outdated by the release of this new report. On page 14 of the report, as sea level rise exacerbates coastal erosion and inundation, a coordinated statewide approach to coastal hazard adaptation and protection will be critical. We heard earlier some of this from former councillor Ms Sangali, so I won't repeat the 3 centimetres and the metres, etc. But Quins is one of the hotspots. Seashore Engineering have prepared reports to the state government with recommendations. I contacted state government today and have been told the same reports that you can find on their website are still valid. The City of Wanneroo is aware of the significance. It is recommended that Quins do not actually replace the car park at Fred Stubbs or the playground at Fred Stubbs. We have to ask how much it's going to cost for the city to provide private land to enable the residents of Quins to have open space if we approve a private development on that parcel of open space tonight. We have that space here right now that we could vote on. The city will be competing as we go forward with more coastal erosion hotspots for funds, not less due to climate change. If this development is approved tonight, I believe we must consider the response from the state government if we ask for funding to protect Fred Stubbs Park and car park into the future. Why would the City of Wanneroo be a priority for funding if we do not provide an alternative, as we would have lost the space at Lot 211 if we sign a private lease for development? I ask my fellow councillors to consider their voting choices tonight. The residents believe we are making decisions that reflect best outcomes for the community. And whilst making your decision on the proposed development tonight, to consider the cost going forward to provide open space once Fred Stubbs becomes unviable to maintain due to coastal erosion. In Lot 211, we have the open space right here, right now, to enable the community to have enjoyment by the coast of open space for years to come. To complement that space, we have the beach, we have the safe swimming area, and wouldn't it be great to have events, crafts, markets and the like that would attract our residents from across the rest of the city and tourists from further afield. It would also enable Quins Surf Lifesaving Club to expand and fulfil their growing need and demonstrate the appreciation we at the City of Wanneroo have for the valuable service they provide at Quins Beach each year. I believe we need to consider coastal erosion and have the foresight to recognise Quins is going to need alternative open space due to coastal erosion. The upcoming costs of the redevelopment of Fred Stubbs car park is estimated to be over $6 million. We could use part of that. I feel if we embrace some decisions now, we will ultimately save ratepayers money over the longer term and provide viable, sustainable community open space. Lastly, again, thank you to all the residents from the Central West Ward and outside the Central West Ward that have attended tonight to listen to this council debate. I have heard you, I stand with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Berry. Do I have speakers for the substantive as amended? Do I have speakers against the substantive as amended? Councillor Huntley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to borrow your glasses. Fellow councillors, tonight we stand at a crossroads of decision where the resounding voice of our community reverberates in our hearts and our minds. The numbers are overwhelming and their message is clear. They yearn for a park, a sanctuary of nature's embrace that will revive their weary souls from the rigours of modern living. Yet as we gather here to deliberate, I can't help but wonder why their voices seem unheard. Have we allowed our own interpretations and historical legacies to cloud our judgment, influenced by the echoes of a camping site that once was? Our discussions have halted at the barrier of financial constraints, dismissing the possibility of a park before it can even breathe life. But tonight, I beseech you, my fellow councillors, to rise above these limitations and delve deep into the very essence of our community. The Quins residents are no ordinary voices.
They are a steadfast, united force, proud to live in the city of Wanneroo, invested in this land for generations to come. Their loyalty to this place knows no bounds, for once you move into Quins, you remain in Quins, forever enraptured by its beach, its enchanting sunsets, and its community spirit. I would be proud of this community spirit in my ward. I am not the ward councillor of this ward, but I am sad to think voices would not be heard. We have already embraced the importance of this community, leasing a restaurant, open park-style space, barbecues and walkways to enhance their beach experience. Safety measures like the shark barrier have been put in place to protect families and visitors while they swim. The Surf Life Saving Club is the heart and soul of this community. It's nurtured by the very residents who volunteer their time to uphold its spirit. Tonight, we have an opportunity to redefine our commitment to this community. Glamping may offer a lure, but it comes with challenges and several red flags. Placing this business on such a limited footprint within a lease of only 21 years and the threat of sea level rising affecting the longevity of this business, plus the protected nature reserves surrounding the area, denies the potential for growth and expansion, which should be a major consideration for a business, as glamping is going to emerge as one of Wanneroo's fastest growing tourist attractions. We must not confine this opportunity to such a restricted space where there are ample areas in Wanneroo that can accommodate its growth and flourish as a tourist icon. The community's resolve is undeniable. They seek a park, not a campsite, a legacy coastal park that preserves this beach area, safeguarding it for generations to come. Wanneroo has not invested in a secluded coastal nature park, and this could be one of the first legacy parks we develop as a council. Let us heed their call and create a beautiful parkland oasis, a mental health style retreat park adorned with nature's flora and shrubs, inviting residents and families to escape in pockets of shrubs and native trees, revelling in its beauty and mental health recovery. As councillors, let us cast our votes for this enduring, sustainable vision of a harmonious balance between humans and nature. Let us be the architects of a legacy park that will stand tall for centuries, a testament to our compassion, our wisdom, our respect for the voice of this community. I urge you, my fellow councillors, to join me in re-evaluating the glamping lease and exploring more practical sites that will allow glamping the opportunity to grow and thrive and become a valuable tourist attraction and profitable business for this company. Together, let us brace the community's resounding need for a park and gift them a sanctuary of tranquility and joy. I would like to sum up with a poem. In Quins Rocks, where memories abide, a plea arises, hearts open wide. A moment here we all must seize to choose a future that truly frees. Amidst the waves the seas embrace, a park, a dream we long to chase. But glamping's shadow clouds the light, concealing nature's wondrous sight.
Thank you, Councillor Huntley. Do I have any speakers for?
Madam Mayor, I haven't finished yet.
I thought you had finished. How much longer have you got, Councillor Huntley?
Just a few minutes. Let's stoke the fires of passion's fame, in every heart ignite the same. For glamping's lease, a dire cost, a sacred land, forever lost. Imagine now a verdant scene where nature thrives and souls convene, a park where families play and roam, a haven where the heart finds home. With every vote, we wield the power to save this land, this priceless hour, to keep it free from glamping snare and breathe in nature's healing air. No tents of glam shall block the view of skies adorned with stars anew, but bushland fields and whispering trees, a symphony of life decrees. So rally now, let's hearts unite. In Quins Rocks, we'll set things right. Emotions stir, the choice is clear, a vote against glamping's idea. For nature's grace and freedom's call, let's stand together, one and all. to keep this land forever green in Quinns Rocks, a cherished scene. As representatives of our residents, it's our duty to put the needs of this community first and foremost. Our community deserves more than a fleeting glamping site that serves a select few for a limited time. It's time to vote for what's desired, a park where hearts and minds can be inspired. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Huntley. Do I have speakers for?
I've been working on that a long time.
Do I have a speaker for? Speaker against? Councillor Smith, you wish to speak against this substantive as amended?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to everyone who has engaged in this issue. As a former politics and law teacher who celebrates democracy, it is fantastic to see and be a part of and that. And I recognise the responsibility and privilege I have been entrusted with to have a vote tonight. I want to quickly add that I forgot to thank the administration staff for the great help in putting together the amendment and my fellow councillors for supporting it. So thank you to everyone. One question asked tonight was if councillors had visited some of the other coastal parks. And before the last special council meeting, I actually had a road trip along the coast visiting many of the parks, and some for the first time. It was actually a really informative part of my decision-making process. So I can be clear why I'm voting against the proposal. I need to explain why I put forward the amendment. I made the amendment because I thought it was likely that this motion would pass, and I wanted to prepare for the worst case scenario and to ensure the best possible outcome by strengthening the protection of the bushland and trying to get in writing as much community access to the land as possible if it got up. However, I do not support the overall proposal. The main reason that I'm speaking against this proposal is not because I have a problem with the idea of ecotourism glamping site, but because I believe that the Quinns foreshore will lack the appropriate amount of open space that the community desires now, and more importantly, will need in the future. The view about the desire of the community has been influenced from the valuable community consultation that I thank the city's team for facilitating. Specifically, there are two results that I wanted to highlight. Whilst over 60% of participants felt overall positive towards the proposal, questions 18 to 20 revealed that 70 to 80 plus of participants of both the market research and the open survey indicated that they wanted the space to be for community purposes, including barbecue facilities, sunset concerts, and food trucks. That is a high percentage. This is also backed up by the fact that approximately 80% of participants saw that they would use the space if it was an open space, compared with 35 to 53% using the space if it's ecotourism glamping site. So clearly this establishes to me that overall the community, not only in Quinns but the greater city, desire the space used for the open space for the community. I appreciate that the proponent has listened and engaged with the feedback from community in this process and shown some amenability. However, I believe voting for this motion or the proposal would result in way too much restriction of access to this much needed coastal space. Other factors I believe that are vital for councillors to consider are that the space in question, when compared with the area in front of the Surf Life Saving Club and cafes and Fred Stubbs, differ for two important reasons. Firstly, it has a lot more space available for play. It has more trees and shaded areas and can cater to more groups of people and away from the gaze of those in the cafe. This space is definitely desirable and needed with the expected growth in visitation to the area due to expansion of the Catalina Estate in East Wanneroo and the popularity of the thriving surf club and the swimming enclosure. I noted that the administration, in one of their responses, said the provision of shade is not relevant to matters, but I actually find it really relevant. Trees planted at Fred Stubbs have struggled to grow, so naturally shaded areas are sparse along this area. As a person who's fair-skinned and needs protection from the sun, but I also really enjoy being out in nature, there is a difference to me if the shade is natural or unnatural. For me, that was part of my road trip. I saw the beautiful parkland at Whitford Nodes, and I saw at the former Queen's site those beautiful trees there. It makes a difference. Secondly, both Fred Stubbs and the area immediately in front of the surf club face coastal erosion that will see the availability of community open space reduce in the future, whereas this area in question is higher up and further set back, and so will remain viable much longer. These facts, which were more thoroughly explained by Councillor Berry, established to me the need for this area to be open space for community. Our job as councillors is to plan and meet the future needs of its community. Taking into consideration the lack of sustainability of Fred Stubbs open space, I believe we will be rejecting a valuable opportunity to plan and cater for the community's future needs if this motion is passed. Additionally, from a cursory comparison of the amount of coastal foreshore open space available in other northern metropolitan areas, such as Whitford Nodes and Mullaloo, I believe Queen's is lacking. Additionally, in terms of lacking space, I wanted to bring up the needs of Queen's Mindarie Surf Life Saving Club. I previously mentioned that we received an email from the Peak Surf Life Saving Club talking about the desperate need to accommodate growth for the club. This was a little bit of a shock to me because this is different from the advice that I have got throughout the year from the administration when they've talked about a desktop analysis and believing that there is enough sufficient space there for the club. So I'm a little bit discombobulated that I'm getting different advice there. Now, I appreciate the council and administration have been working towards this proposal for quite some time now. However, I want to take note that there has been sizable opposition to this direction from a number of councillors and previous councillors and community all along its journey. As councillors, we are reminded to understand that the needs and the desires of a community and councillors can also change and evolve in response to a variety of factors, like the impacts of coastal erosion. As such, we as a council need to be responsive to those changes. While this would be unfortunate for the proponent, that is an unfortunate nature of doing or trying to get a business up sometimes. Good changes in society often take a long time. That doesn't mean that we should jump just to try and get a resolution right now because we don't like the uncertainty or we don't like the current eyesore that it actually might be for some people. In terms of finances, while funds have not been allocated to turn this area into an activated community space, the long-term financial plan is a tool to help guide good financial management of resources. It is not meant to restrict or lock us in to decisions without room for flexibility. Another key takeaway from the market research and survey indicated that 64% of respondents are willing to put public money towards the development of the area. Some people have raised that it seems that the Central West area has also seen a large amount of funds be allocated to it to address things like Fred Stubbs and other coastal erosion. One counter to consider would be that coastal nourishment or renourishment is the equivalent or possibly less than that of park and reserve maintenance, which includes mowing, dressing and maintaining of active reserves, including large regional spaces such as in Kingsway. I also don't believe that I'm able to make a fully informed decision without a feasibility study having not been completed, exploring the community's desire for provision of parking, public open space and public facilities, which is what the petition was calling for recently. So let's pause for a second. When you think about Australia, what images come to mind? I'm betting our beautiful iconic coastlines come to mind and that the lifestyle that comes from embracing that and coastal recreational activities. Our coastal areas are so precious and significant areas in our lives and lifestyles. Our community is here tonight and passionately asking to be heard. Let's listen and switch gears. In summary, while I believe the proponent and administration have presented a good ecotourism option for accommodation, when the community's needs and desires for community space are considered, I believe that this is not the right space. This does not need to be an either-or situation. We can have both if we look at the tourism site in Yanchep for the glamping site. I urge councillors to vote against this motion so we can regroup and provide for both community space and ecotourism opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Do I have any speakers for this item? Do I have any speakers against this item? Councillor Nguyen, you've already spoken to this item. You can't speak against it. Yes, you have. You've spoken against it. Councillor Coetzee.
I've spoken against the amendment, not this item.
Thank you.
That's
Councillor
correct,
Coetzee.
Madam Mayor.
Councillor Coetzee. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not going to go into detail, as we all know that the detail of the past 10 years. So where we get to where we are now at the moment. So what I want to say is the gallery filled up. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all the emails, phone calls, and stopping me in the shopping centre. And also thank you to the golf ladies that always brings this problem up. So maybe I'll have a normal game in the next 3 weeks. First of all, if I look at the proposal, it looks good. It's glamorous. It's, wow, what can go wrong? Well, I do have a problem with it. It's the wrong area. And I do hope that somebody from state government or a developer or a landowner at the Alkimos area or at Two Rocks or at Yanchep listen to this tonight, because I think this proposal might be really good there. When the caravan park closed down, I think the development or a proposal similar to this one should have happened earlier. I think if it happened earlier, I don't think the problem would have been so big as it is now. I've also said this before, too many things are being shoved in a too little space area. The community do not want this. They are asking for grassed areas, outdoor activity spaces, sheltered areas, a playground, increased parking facilities to allow the last remaining foreshore reserve in the Quinns Rocks and Mindarie area to be enjoyed by all residents, ratepayers and visitors to the area. Councillor Baker, I'm very sure we can put a project in Yanchep or Two Rocks maybe 2 years back and maybe give some of our funding onto that one. I'm more than happy to do that.
We'll have to discuss that. I'll change the subject. The answer's no, but go on.
I'm here because of the residents. I'm here for the residents, and I listen. You do not want this. I think we should give the community what they want, and that's why I am not in favour of this.
Thank you, Councillor Coetzee. Do I have any speakers for? Speakers against? Councillor Nguyen.
May I speak?
I just gave you the floor, Councillor Nguyen.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify. And I've been sick for a few days, and I thought I couldn't make it, but I didn't want to miss this opportunity to vote against this item. I know that many of you came here and some of you were also unwell. I will do my best to advocate and represent the concerns of the community tonight. Many speakers have spoken against. I do share your concern as well as the community's concern. I won't repeat them or write a poem. That was amazing. Look, as a lawyer, I act to protect my clients' interests. I advocate in their best interests. I pursue what's fair, just and right, and that's what I'll do as a councillor. So thank you for the opportunity to represent you. Thank you for coming out here to participate, because I know this item means a lot to many people. You care, and that's why you are here, to make sure that our councillors are accountable to their decision, to reflect the community's concern and interest, whether we agree or not agree. I think a resident has raised that point. It's absolutely right. We are here because you put us here, and that's why we need to make sure that our decision reflects the community interest. There are 2 points I want to just to speak briefly on tonight, and it was already raised. That is respect and to act on the community's best interest. I think it is disrespectful not to hear, not to see the community who come out here and speak loudly, resounding no to this proposal and just ignore what is in front of us. What we have surveyed extensively. We've asked many people, they've given us the result, and we simply ignore what is in front of us. What is worse is the survey seek to weigh the voices of our community simply because they came out in numbers against this proposal, particularly those residents who care about this site the most, who love this site so much that they take their time and effort to come out and tell us quite clearly, we don't have to guess, they don't want this proposal. Now, in the Central West ward, the weight applied is 0.2 to the 742 residents. In other wards, of the 264 people, the weight is 3.3. I don't know what that means, but it works out to be about 16 times the weight that's applied to the residents that are outside of the ward than those that are inside. That matters to them directly. These are the people in the central ward. That goes there, that uses this location, and I've spoken to a few residents earlier. They call up beautiful memories of living in this area, fond memories of family getting together, spending time together, swimming, and so we need to support this growing community demand for more public open space, because having a glamping model not only interferes with the future growing populations use and grow of that beach access area, beachfront area, whatever you want to call it. It also doesn't support the existing businesses, the existing clubs, the existing members that are already using it. We should be prioritizing, not minimizing our community's interests that are already directly affected by this. You can't simply say, no, it doesn't affect any community member. Of course it does. If it doesn't affect any community member, why are there some 80 or so residents that came out and speak against this proposal? So we can't simply just discount the voices of our community by scaling. I've not seen a survey in the past in terms of us seeking community consultation where we scale to give a certain message here. Now, if we ignore the numbers, if we ignore the story behind these numbers, we are not giving respect to the people who have voted for us to be in here. I won't need to go through the surveys. I think Councillor Smith has gone through them already. And a lot of the residents who've seen the survey have looked at what the details and the right numbers are there. We're just focusing on other numbers, which I don't think was relevant to this decision. So, and I won't highlight them in finalising my speech, but how do we act in the best interest of our community? Now, is this land the use for public open space or private open space? Which one is in the best interest of our community? Now, I think there was a young lady who came here earlier that says, why give up this land to a few individuals and a few private businesses to benefit when this is public land, should remain for public use? It's public access assets that should remain for public benefit. Yes, it's 21 years. It's a long time. I mean, who's going to be waiting 21 years to wait until they use this land anymore? So in voting, I ask that you respect our community, respect their voice, and act in their best interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nguyen. Do I have any speakers for? Deputy Mayor Treby.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, just a couple of very brief words. I think it's, along with Councillor Civic, we've both been on council for some considerable period of time. We were both involved with the discussions around the original caravan park site. Can I say the gallery then certainly outweighs what we have tonight, because it was such a very, very difficult decision to close down and dislocate people from their homes. It was a horrible decision. I think, if I remember properly and correctly, some of the staff at the time, and I think the CEO may have been here at the time, I'm not too sure, that going around and advising people about what was about to occur actually ended up finding someone who had deceased in one of those caravans. So it is a long-held position that has been in its generation over many, many years. It's also probably important to remember the plight, and this is going back a good 12 to 15 years ago with Fred Stubbs Park, and the recommendation was for a staged retreat, I think was the term that was used. But it was this council who invested somewhere in the vicinity of $3.5 to $4 million to build a substantial wall along that entire section of coastline, and with massive sea bags to make sure that we valued the infrastructure, we valued the properties, and that investment was to save Fred Stubbs Park. First and foremost, save Fred Stubbs Park. It's not what it used to be, but it is there because this council took that action and invested. I'd also have to say that these decisions are always quite difficult. And I'm always reminded that, and I was just reminded earlier on about what our duties are, and we are here to represent all of the residents of the district of the City of Wanneroo, but take in all of the relevant information that we have at hand. And one of our duties, and it's one that I take absolutely clear in my mind, is to, and councillors, I hope you do remember this, it's to act in good faith and for a proper purpose. And we should be using that as a basis in making sure that we're doing the right thing for all of the residents of the city. I've seen what we have with the application. I'm reminded, Councillor Civic, of a very similar lease that we had entered into many, many years ago when the old caravan park had just closed down, and we were talking about a developer looking to come in and on a 21-year lease on the city's land, came to us with a proposition to open a restaurant called Portofino's on a very similar basis. And there was community angst and anger against the Portofino's development at the time. I also remember one of our early decisions was to, with a great deal of community support, and it's quite rightly been supported by the enormous success that's been enjoyed by the club at the Surf Life Saving Club, to actually, on council land, with council money, build that Surf Life Saving Club and build it for the future. That has also been constructed and built by the city. So we have, over a long time, been there helping the community. On balance, and again, we are here to make these decisions without fear or favour, and sometimes these decisions can be seen as being easy to make or sometimes very, very difficult. I certainly didn't want to leave the heartfelt words and well-constructed and well-considered moving and seconding by Councillor Parker and Councillor Herridge, and certainly wasn't going to leave my colleague Councillor Rowe hanging to be the only ones to have the courage to speak up as to what they believe to be in the best interests of the city. And this is only a stage. I understand, Mr. CEO, if I'm, and please correct me if I'm incorrect, that this would probably be subject to a major land transaction and that advertising.
For you, Madam Mayor, it certainly relates to a land deposition.
Yeah.
And I'm unclear whether it would trigger a major land transaction, but certainly a land deposition.
But a deposition, yes. So there are enormous opportunities for the community to well and truly be engaged right throughout this process. And the community have come out very strongly to suggest that it's either got to be not this, but it's got to be public open space. That, of course, is not the only option that's available. There are other options. So, and they may need to be considered by a future council at a future point in time. It doesn't guarantee public open space, as desirable as that may be. But on balance, given that the community will continue to have a say in this, I'm supportive of the recommendation as amended through the work we did earlier on in the amendment, and I think that's going to give everybody sufficient grounds to move forward in a very well-informed way, and I'm supportive of it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Treby. Do I have a speaker against? Speaker for, Councillor Civic.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to reciprocate with Councillor Treby on the comments he's made. He and I came to this council in 1999 with the absolute integrity of representing our communities. And I still believe I do that, and I'll continue to do that. I came to Wanneroo in 1967. The population was 4,000, and that included Joondalup. I started working at the Shire of Wanneroo in 1970. Yes, please. 1970. I did land surveys from Yanchep, Two Rocks, all the way down to Sorrento. When all of these areas, the city was vacant, they were pastoral companies running them. One of them was Mr. Wilberforce Clarkson, John Wilberforce Clarkson. He donated this land to the city for people to come and bring their caravans and live on site from the farming areas to enjoy holidays. This carried on until probably, that all started in about 1962, I think. But as time went on, the area became degraded, and to one point that we had to close it down because it was virtually, the chalets were all termite eaten and had to be demolished because it was no longer in good repair. Councillor Treby makes the point that we looked at this to replace it as a caravan park, to ensure that people could still come there and enjoy the ocean and enjoy the surrounds of the area. In that time, the population has risen now in the city of Wanneroo to over 230,000 people approximately. I'm in favour of this from the point of view, I don't want to see this land become vacant as it is, and we're all saying it's going to be parked and we're going to put extra parking and landscaping and barbecues, etc., etc. There is antisocial behaviour there. It's in the report. There are all sorts of liabilities there as it is at this present time. Councillor Treby's pointed out, and I was actually going to speak to it, we moved for Portofino's. No one has even brought up a whimper that they didn't want it. We've put statues there. We've spent not $4 million, we've spent $6 million on Fred Stubbs. On that retaining walls cost us, I think, more than that. And I'll be stand corrected with Mr Singh, but we've maintained the coastline there. We've also given a home to the Surf Life Saving Club. We've made sure they have a home, and they will enjoy that and continue to grow. This is one of the things that Wanneroo has done. It's grown and will continue to grow. I'm astounded by several councillors moving an amendment and then voting against it. I find that, I've never seen that done ever in council before. I commend Bronwyn Smith, Councillor Smith, for bringing it forward, but I'm still astounded that it's gone this way. So I'll be supporting it on the basis that I think a glamping park there will actually be great. If you want to go to Crown Casino or any of these other places for the weekend, you're going to spend over $450 a night. Here, there may be some affordable things. I respect the community in this area, don't get me wrong. But I just believe there is a better use for this, and hopefully that the proponent, $900,000 has been spent since 2012 approximately by the council to try to come to a result on this particular item. So look, I'm astounded, but I will support the item because I think it is a good thing for Quins. It will, and what surprised me also is who's going to go there and really look at this park and go and have a barbecue, etc., etc. I don't know. Maybe you all will. Maybe you will. Maybe you will. I hope so. Thank you very much. But I hope so. But it remains to be seen. That's into the future. But look, thank you for listening to me. Yeah, okay, thank you for listening to me.
Please,
but I will be supporting the substantive recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Civic. Do I have any speakers against this item? Any speakers for? I'll go to the mover for the right of reply. Thank you, Councillor Parker.
I have no right of reply, and I would like to see this to go to the vote, please.
Thank you. Councillors, please cast your vote when it comes up on your screen. And I declare it is passed. It's 7-all. So the councillors supporting it is myself, Councillor Herridge, Councillor Treby, Councillor Rowe, Councillor Savitten, Councillor Miles and Councillor Parker. Those against are Councillor Nguyen, Councillor Wright, Councillor Huntley, Councillor Berry, Councillor Coetzee, Councillor Smith and Councillor Baker. So as a result, I have the casting vote, and as the casting vote, I vote yes for the 7. Thank you. I've cast the casting vote. Councillors, we have a second item on the agenda, which is PT 010623. Do I have a mover for this item? Deputy Mayor Treby, do I have a seconder? Councillor Miles, do I have a Deputy Mayor Treby, do you want to speak to this item?
Reserve my right.
Councillor Miles, do you want to speak to this item?
No, I'm happy with the report. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, do I have any speakers against? Speakers for? If there are no speakers to this item, councillors, please cast your vote. Okay, so we have 11 supportive and 2 against. The 2 against are Councillor Baker and Councillor Newen. Those 4 are myself, Councillor Herridge, Councillor Wright, Councillor Huntley, Councillor Berry, Councillor Parker, Councillor Coetzee, Councillor Treby, Councillor Rowe, Councillor Savitten and Councillor Miles. Thank you, councillors. So we have no confidential items. Item 6 to be tabled, we have nothing. Item 7, the date of the next meeting is Tuesday the 8th of August 2023 to be held at Dundebar Road, Wanneroo. Item 8, closure. I declare the council meeting closed at 10:56 p.m. Thank you.